Chapter 1425. After returning to the imperial city, Lu Jiajin immediately opened the portal and returned to the Lu family. Qin Feiyang and Old Man Qin were waiting at the Black Dragon Pool. Qin Feiyang was fine, just a little worried in his heart. But Old Man Qin was like an ant on a hot pan, falling into an extremely anxious and uneasy state. He couldn't wait to run to the imperial palace and see the little prince's situation with his own eyes, but he didn't lose his mind. Time passed little by little. Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took out the image crystal, and Yan Wei's shadow appeared again. How is it? Old Man Qin couldn't wait to ask. Yan Wei shook his head and said, the life fluctuations are already dissipating, and the Imperial Preceptor and Emperor Hong have already done their best. Damn it! Old Man Qin roared. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, did you find a way to spread the news? Before, I secretly led a few palace maids and eunuchs, pretending to be unintentional, and entered the little prince's palace. Now the news has already spread in the imperial palace. Civil and military officials are also on the way. Yan Wei smiled. Well done. You go back and keep an eye on it, I'll be there later. Qin Feiyang said. Yan Wei nodded, and the shadow disappeared into thin air. He's been gone for so long, why hasn't he come back yet? Old Man Qin anxiously glanced around. He just went back, how can he be so fast? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. In fact, he also understood that Old Man Qin was not concerned about the little prince, but the future of Great Qin. The little prince had just ascended the throne, and the turmoil had not yet subsided. If at this time, the little prince was killed again, then the people of Great Qin would definitely fall into a state of extreme panic. Of course, Qin Feiyang would not let the little prince have an accident, because in this way, the emperor was very likely to take the opportunity to come back and seize the imperial power. In short, as long as he was here, he would not allow the empire of Great Qin to fall into the hands of this incapable emperor again. At this moment, for Old Man Qin, a day was like a year. Swish. Finally, Lu Jiajin appeared in front of them. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and asked, how is it? Lu Jiajin took out a jade box from his bosom and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to reach for it, Old Man Qin snatched the jade box from Lu Jiajin's hand and quickly opened it. Immediately, a majestic life force surged out of the jade box like a torrent. He looked inside the jade box again. A clump of flames the size of an infant's fist lay silently within it. It was completely dark green as if it was carved from a piece of divine jade, and it emanated a sparkling and translucent mist of light. Qin Feiyang glanced at the flame and nodded. It's the flame of life. In this world, there should be no one who understood the fire of life better than him. Hearing this, Elder Qin was ecstatic. He immediately closed the lid of the box and opened the portal. He said anxiously, let's go to the little prince's palace immediately. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jiajin looked at each other, shook their heads and smiled, and then entered the portal one after another. The next moment, the three of them landed in the air above a palace. The palace had 2 floors. It was resplendent and tall. On the 2 thick stone pillars in front of the door, there were 2 lifelike 5-clawed golden dragons carved on them. The 5-clawed golden dragon was the symbol of the emperor. And at this moment, the palace gate was tightly shut. Yan Wei brought a group of palace maids, eunuchs, and guards to stand in front of the gate. Such a big thing has happened, yet you still hide it from us. Do the imperial tutor and Emperor Hong still care about us? Let us in. There's strength in numbers. Maybe we'll have a way to save His Majesty's life. It was very noisy here. A group of ministers gathered at the bottom of the steps outside the gate, staring angrily at Yan Wei. Yan Wei raised his eyebrows and said, without the orders of Emperor Hong and the imperial tutor, I really don't dare to let you in without permission. Please don't make things difficult for me. What are you talking about? Can't you see that we are concerned about His Majesty? You dog slave, relying on the support of the imperial tutor, you're like a fox pretending to be a tiger in front of us all day long. Let me tell you, we must go in today. If you insist on not moving aside, Then don't blame us for being impolite to you. A few senior officials shouted at Yan Wei in a stern voice. Scram. But suddenly, a shout rang out in the sky. This voice, everyone's eyes trembled as they immediately raised their heads to look. Their expressions changed drastically. Qin Feiyang. Why would he come to the imperial palace? And at this time? Swish. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the main hall. Old Qin and Lu Jijin followed closely behind him. Qin Feiyang, what are you trying to do? Do you want to take advantage of His Majesty Hao Tian's crisis to snatch the throne? Stop dreaming. Even if His Majesty Hao Tian really unfortunately dies, even if you snatch the imperial jade seal, wear the dragon robe and sit on the dragon throne, we will not admit that you are the emperor of Great Qin. And you, old Qin, please don't help the evildoers anymore. The civil and military officials quickly blocked in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two, roaring with righteous indignation. Scram as far as you can. The little prince's life was at stake. How could old Qin be in the mood to talk nonsense with them? Boom. Woo-woo. Old Qin directly waved his hand, the wind whistled, and the people in front of him suddenly fell down. The three of them walked up the steps. But at this time, Yan Wei suddenly opened his hands, blocking Qin Feiyang and the other two, shouting, "You are not allowed to go in." He still had to act. After all, the imperial tutor was inside. Old Qin looked at Qin Feiyang. If it was before, he would definitely not hesitate to attack Yan Wei. But now, he knew that Yan Wei was one of Qin Feiyang's men, so before he made a move, he had to first ask for Qin Feiyang's opinion. Bear with it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he secretly sent a message to Yan Wei. Then he took a step forward and slapped Yan Wei's chest with his palm. With a blood-curdling scream, Yan Wei was like a meteor, directly smashing through the door of the palace, and then smashing into the ground inside the main hall. The ground immediately shattered, creating a huge crater. The moment the imperial tutor and Emperor Hong heard the commotion, they immediately turned their heads to look at Qin Feiyang and the other two, their eyes flashing with a fierce light. Yan Wei crawled up in a sorry state, ran to the imperial tutor's side, and said, "Master, I'm sorry, I really can't stop them." The imperial tutor said, "Retreat to the side." Yan Wei respectfully replied and quickly retreated to the side. While glancing at Qin Feiyang and the other two and the imperial tutor, he rubbed his aching chest and pursed his lips into a mocking smile. Qin Feiyang stepped into the hall. Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin followed behind Qin Feiyang, one on the left and one on the right, their eyes filled with vigilance. Emperor Hong stared at Qin Feiyang sinisterly and said, "This is the Son of Heaven's bedroom. No one is allowed to set foot in here, including you. Scram immediately." Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently, ignored him, and scanned the hall. So, he was right behind Emperor Hong and Emperor Hong. He saw the little prince. The little prince was lying on the ground, his body dripping with blood. His small face was also deathly pale, and his life force was extremely weak. He couldn't even feel it. If one didn't observe carefully, no matter who it was, they would think that it was a corpse. Actually, the current little prince was no different from a corpse. "Get out of the way." Qin Feiyang took a step forward, landed in front of the two of them, and shouted. The two of them were indifferent. Old Man Qin said angrily, "The little prince's life is at stake. If you don't get out of the way, I'm afraid there will be no hope." The two of them were bewildered. Old Man Qin said in a deep voice, "You didn't hear wrongly, we are here to save the little prince." The imperial tutor sneered, "Would you be so kind?" "I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you right now, Scram." Qin Feiyang enunciated each word clearly, his tone cold and bone-chilling. The killing intent in his heart also uncontrollably emerged. "You," the imperial tutor was furious. Emperor Hong suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the imperial tutor, pulled him to the side, and sent a sound transmission, "Let him try for now." "My lord, are you crazy? Even we are helpless, let alone him." The imperial tutor said in a low voice, his brows filled with disdain. Emperor Hong remained silent, looking at Qin Feiyang who was walking towards the little prince step by step, his eyes flickering. Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin had always been following behind Qin Feiyang, in case the imperial tutor suddenly attacked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stopped in front of the little prince, sizing up the little prince's situation. This imperial tutor would like to see what kind of heaven-defying methods you have to take back his little life from the hands of the Grim Reaper. The imperial tutor sneered secretly. "Give it to me." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. Old Man Qin immediately handed the jade box to Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Emperor Hong and the imperial tutor also immediately looked at the jade box, their eyes filled with bewilderment. When Qin Feiyang opened the jade box, their gazes suddenly trembled, and their faces were filled with shock. It was actually the fire of life. Was he going to use the fire of life to save the little prince? The two of them couldn't believe it. The fire of life was such a precious treasure. How could Qin Feiyang be willing to take it out to save the little prince? Qin Feiyang ignored them, squatted on the ground, grabbed the fire of life, opened the little prince's mouth, and gently put it in. Boom! An astonishing life force, with the little prince as the center, immediately rolled out in all directions. And the little prince's cracked body immediately began to heal. The aura of life was also gradually recovering. He really used the fire of life to save the little prince? This little bastard, what exactly is he thinking? At this moment, Emperor Hong's heart was in a mess. Because from this, it could be seen that Qin Feiyang truly doted on this younger brother of his from a different mother. Was he really wrong before? He couldn't help but feel hesitant. Time passed bit by bit. About an hour later, seeing that the little prince's situation had stabilized and was gradually improving, Old Man Qin finally let out a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang also let out a long breath, got up, looked at the little prince, and muttered, "I can save you once, but I can't save you a second time. Take care of yourself." Finished. Qin Feiyang then looked at Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin, and laughed, "Let's go." The two of them nodded. But just as the three of them turned to leave, Emperor Hong suddenly blocked their way. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yan Wei also became nervous, afraid that Emperor Hong would burn the bridge after crossing the river. However, it wasn't impossible for this to happen. Chapter 1426. Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor Hong and frowned. "What do you want to do?" "Let's talk in private?" Emperor Hong asked. "Let's talk." The imperial tutor's heart trembled. Could it be that because Qin Feiyang saved the little prince, Emperor Hong's heart was moved? Qin Feiyang was also rather surprised and said, "What else is there to talk about between us?" Emperor Hong said, "The grudge between us is indeed very deep, but no matter what, you and I are both descendants of the Qin clan, there's no need to be so cold." "Ha, a descendant of the Qin clan? Are you joking? If you really treated me as a descendant of the Qin clan, would you be so cruel to me? Compared to your indifference, what is this?" Qin Feiyang laughed loudly, his eyes full of ridicule. Emperor Hong raised his eyebrows and said, "It won't take up too much of your time." "All right. I'll treat it as respecting the old and loving the young," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Looking at Qin Feiyang's arrogant and disrespectful attitude, Emperor Hong was rather annoyed and said, "Follow me." After saying that, he walked towards the second floor of the main hall. The imperial tutor immediately waved to Yan Wei and said, "Come over and take care of Emperor Hao Tian. I will accompany Lord Emperor Hong." Without waiting for Yan Wei's response, Emperor Hong waved his hand without even turning his head. "Taking care of Hao Tian is more important. There's no need to accompany me." But the imperial tutor's face was filled with worry. "There's no buts. With this old man's strength, he doesn't dare to act rashly in front of this old man. Moreover, we're upstairs. If something really happens, it won't be too late for you to catch up when you hear the commotion." Emperor Hong said. "All right." The imperial tutor nodded, feeling unwilling in his heart. Seeing all of this, Qin Feiyang and the other two couldn't help but smile at each other, then turned around and followed. On the second floor, in a guest hall. "Please sit." Emperor Hong stood in front of the main seat, looking at Qin Feiyang trio. Qin Feiyang said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste our time." Emperor Hong said angrily. As a descendant of the younger generation, is this the attitude you should have? Attitude? I've already given you enough face by coming up here. I advise you not to push your luck and take advantage of your seniority. Qin Feiyang said in disgust. Emperor Hong clenched his fists, anger rising in his heart. You're not going to tell me? Qin Feiyang asked. Who? Emperor Hong took a deep breath and said, First of all, this old man is very grateful to you for saving Hao Yin. There's no need. I saved him out of my own will. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Feiyang said. Even so, I still have to thank you. Secondly, this old man wants to know why you didn't hesitate to use your flame of life to save him. Emperor Hong looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang frowned impatiently and said, He's my younger brother, is that enough? Emperor Hong was stunned and muttered, Is it that simple? Although he was muttering to himself, Qin Feiyang heard every word, and anger rose in his heart. Otherwise, why do you think I saved him? Greedy for the power in his hands? Or the throne under his feet? Let me tell you, the human heart is not as complicated as you think. I saved him because we're brothers. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Saving someone, and being suspected of having bad intentions? How could there be such a laughable thing in this world? Seeing Qin Feiyang angry, Emperor Hong frowned and nodded. All right, this old man will believe you for now. As long as I have a clear conscience, do I need you to believe me? Who do you think you are? Qin Feiyang sneered. Facing the naked ridicule, Emperor Hong's anger rose from his heart, but in the end, he endured it. He looked at old Qin and Lu Jijin, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Can you let them leave first? No. Qin Feiyang said without any hesitation. His tone carried a tone that said there was no room for discussion. Emperor Hong fell silent. Is there anything else? If there is, then say it quickly. My time is precious. Qin Feiyang said with a face full of irritation. Emperor Hong nodded fiercely, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, This old man has a request. Speak. Qin Feiyang shouted, his patience reaching its limit. Emperor Hong said, The miracle is about to open, but the 10 keys to open the miracle are all in the hands of you and the Mu family, so this old man hopes, at this point. Emperor Hong found it difficult to continue, and his expression was rather awkward. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and said jokingly, You don't want me to give you a key, do you? Emperor Hong hurriedly said, I don't want you to give it to me, this old man can spend a lot of money to buy it. There are countless opportunities hidden in the miracle, can you afford it? Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. Emperor Hong said, You can state your conditions. When he opened his mouth, he was already prepared to be slaughtered by Qin Feiyang. I'm sorry, although you are very sincere, in my opinion, there is nothing more valuable than these keys in this world. Besides, what you have I have. What you don't have I have too. What else do you have that can arouse my interest? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously and turned to walk outside. Stop. Let's put aside your identity for now, and just talk about the fact that you received my father's inheritance. If my father didn't give you the inheritance and let your bloodline revert to its ancestor, would you have today's achievements? But what about you now? Just because of some trivial matter, you don't care about the interests of my great Qin. Is this how you repay your kindness? The Flood Emperor shouted with a stern expression. Qin Feiyang stopped in his tracks, and his 10 fingers gradually clenched. The person must have a conscience. You must know kindness and be grateful. Emperor Hong said again. That's enough. Being crippled by the calamity spirit pill and expelled from the imperial capital, is this a trivial matter? You slandered me in front of the civil and military officials and the people of the imperial capital for murdering the emperor and stealing the imperial jade seal. Is this a small matter? My mother suffered so much in the imperial palace, I relied on my own ability to walk out of the spiritual state step by step and return to the imperial capital, but you guys shouted at me to kill me. Is this a small matter? If this is a small matter in your eyes, then tell me, what is a big matter? Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and stared at Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong said, This old man doesn't understand these things. This old man only knows that father has done you a favor, and you should repay it. Repay it? Qin Feiyang murmured, shook his head in amusement, and said, if it weren't for the ancestor, do you think Great Qin would still exist? Emperor Hong said, is your hatred for us so strong? It is so strong. I once thought of destroying this empire that I hate with my own hands. But I didn't do so because the ancestor has done me a favor. So, don't push your luck. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you the consequences. Qin Feiyang laughed coldly. This old man won't say much? Since you know how to repay the favor, then take out something practical. Don't play these empty games we can't see. Emperor Hong said. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed in anger. What he had, he could say as nothing. What was black, he could say as white. The level of shamelessness of this old thing was truly beyond imagination. In the end, don't you just want the alchemy fire? Alright. As long as you kneel in front of me and apologize to me, I'll give it to you immediately. Qin Feiyang said. In the past, no matter how much he had gone overboard, he would give Emperor Hong some face. But now, he didn't want to think about anything as long as he could vent the anger in his heart. He had also thought it through. The other party didn't even treat him as a relative, so why should he care so much? Looking at Emperor Hong again. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, his old face immediately turned ugly to the extreme. You're not going to kneel, are you? Then I'm sorry, even if I throw away these alchemy fires, I won't give them to you. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and turned to leave with old Qin and the other two. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, Emperor Hong's old face was full of struggle. Plop. Finally, he powerlessly lowered his arms, bent his knees, and knelt on the ground, saying in a low voice, I'm sorry. Qin Feiyang suddenly froze. Old Qin and Lu Jijin also froze in place. Originally, they all thought that with Emperor Hong's self-esteem, it was impossible for him to do such a thing, but they didn't expect that he actually did it. Who? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, did not look at Emperor Hong, directly took out the sky profound flame, and directly threw it to Emperor Hong, saying, I hope you take care of yourself. Finished speaking, he left without looking back. If you knew earlier, why did you do it in the first place? Sigh. Old Qin turned his head to look at Emperor Hong, let out a long sigh, and also left with large strides. Perhaps this is the retribution that the people talk about. I hope you don't continue to be wrong. Lu Jijin shook his head and also quickly disappeared. After the three of them left, Emperor Hong got up and grabbed the sky profound flame, his old eyes emitting a monstrous killing intent. Retribution? Hee, you guys can be proud of yourselves for now. Wait until one day in the future. The humiliation this old man suffered today will definitely be returned to you 10 times, 100 times. A sinister smile gradually crawled up his face, as if a demon was awakening. It was incomparably terrifying. Bright Heaven Palace. Qin Feiyang returned here once again. Although during this period of time, Qin Feiyang was being suppressed every day, no one dared to come to the Bright Heaven Palace. This place had always been empty, and no one cleaned it. On the ground, there were many withered yellow leaves, and the tables and chairs in the hall were also covered with a thin layer of dust, filled with a bit of loneliness and depression. Qin Feiyang stood in the center of the hall, scanning the surroundings, his eyes filled with emotion. A moment later, Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at old Qin beside him, and said with a smile, You go to the ancient tower to rest first. All right. Old Qin nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and old Qin immediately disappeared. Immediately. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Jijin, cupped his hands and said, Big cousin, thank you, and also sincerely thank second grandfather for me. If not for the Lu family's help this time, the little prince would definitely have no way to survive. We're all family, what's there to be polite about? Lu Jijin shook his head and smiled. Family. Chapter 1427. Him. Lu Jijin shook his head and smiled. Thanks to you, he took a bath in a river next to the village to get rid of the stench on his body. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. I swear, I didn't do it on purpose. If I had known in advance that the Devil Cliff was such a place, I definitely wouldn't have cheated him like this. Lu Jijin waved his hand. It doesn't matter. It's good to let him suffer a little. Then, are you going back to the village or? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Jijin said, I heard that the time rules in your castle are different from the outside. I want to take advantage of these few days to completely stabilize my cultivation. Qin Feiyang smiled. Sure enough, as second grandpa and Lu Zheng said, you're a cultivation maniac. How can I not cultivate? After all, this is a world where one's fist matters. Lu Jijin said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Jijin said, in addition, before entering the miracle, you have to take care of the people around you. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Lu Jijin said, if I'm not wrong, you should be planning to bring the people around you into the miracle. Such a good opportunity, of course I'll take it. Qin Feiyang said. That's the problem. I heard from Lu Zheng that there are millions of people in your ancient tower, not counting the beasts. These people and beasts can't enter the miracle. Lu Jijin said. But Qin Feiyang frowned. Because of the rule power of the miracle. Even if everyone hides in the ancient tower and castle, they can't escape the rule power's search. If you forcibly bring them in, whether it's the spatial artifact or the people and beasts inside, they will be mercilessly obliterated by the rule power. Lu Jijin explained. This, Qin Feiyang's face was dull. Originally, he did want to bring everyone into the miracle, but he didn't expect there to be such a situation. You should only have 2 alchemy fires now, right? Then you can only bring 2,000 people or ferocious beasts into the divine ruin. You should think about who you should bring in. Once you've thought it through, if you can't find a place to settle them down, you can let them stay in my Lu family for the time being. Lu Jijin said. That's troublesome. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. After sending Lu Jijin to the castle, he entered the ancient pagoda and stood on top of a giant mountain peak. He scanned the village and the people of the Sky Tiger tribe below. The construction of the Sky Tiger tribe was 90% complete. Most of the people in the village were originally ordinary people. However, after the return of Wang Yangfeng and the others, those who had the talent for cultivation began to step onto the path of cultivation one after another. Some of them even became alchemists. All in all, whether it was the village or the Jianghu tribe, they were all thriving. Qin Feiyang shouted, Elder Wang, Elder Qin, Lei Bao, come over here, I have something to discuss with you. The sound was not very loud, but it was clearly transmitted into the village. Immediately, 3 streams of light flew out of the village and went straight to the mountain peak where Qin Feiyang was. What's the matter now? When they landed on the mountain peak, Elder Qin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. After returning to the ancient pagoda, his but had not even warmed up yet. Qin Feiyang immediately explained the situation that Lu Jijin had told him to the 2 men and 1 beast. There's such a thing? Lei Bao raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, so I want to ask, do you have any good suggestions? Fatso and the white-eyed wolf were the first people and beasts to follow him. He definitely had to bring them along. As for the people of the Sky Tiger tribe, the strongest was Yen Wei. The others were only battle saints. Hence, no matter what the result was, the miracle had nothing to do with them. Then, only the people in the village and the beasts in the ancient pagoda were left. Elder Qin pondered for a moment and said, actually, I think that having more people might not be a good thing. Qin Feiyang, Wang Yangfeng, and Lei Bao couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. Although the miracle is a place full of opportunities, not everyone can get these opportunities. On the contrary, the probability of sacrifice is very high. So, I think that we just need to choose some stronger people to go in. For example, Dan Wangkai can help refine all kinds of pills. Another example is the Spirit Snake Emperor. It has no aura and the advantage of changing the color of its skin. At the critical moment, it can play a key role. Another example is the Wolf King. Although his cultivation is not high, he can strip the fighting soul of all living creatures. Elder Qin said. That makes sense. More people might not be able to help young Lord. Wang Yangfeng nodded. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at the two and asked. My suggestion is that the people in the ancient pagoda should not go in, especially the people and beasts at the peak of the 9-star Battle Emperor realm. Because for the people and beasts at the peak of the Battle Emperor realm, comprehending the profound meaning of becoming a god is the most important thing. Although there are divine items, divine arts, and other treasures in the divine ruins, these things are not very helpful to becoming a god. Elder Qin said. I object. Wang Yangfeng raised his hand and said, If we don't go, then who will protect young lord? Elder Qin shook his head and said with a smile, Old Wang, do you think the current Qin Feiyang still needs someone to protect him? When the time comes, he will be distracted to protect you. Wang Yangfeng was stunned and couldn't find a reason to refute. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Qin and asked, What about you? I want to go. The late emperor had been to the miracle before. I want to see if I can find the footprints left by the late emperor. Elder Qin said with a determined light in his old eyes. Then it's decided. Except for Wolf King and the others in the ancient castle, no one should go. I will look for the old master later and give him the ancient pagoda. Everyone can cultivate here in peace. Qin Feiyang said. It was too much work to ask everyone to leave the ancient pagoda and move to the Lu family's island, so it was better to just give the ancient pagoda to the old master. In this way, everything in the ancient pagoda would be the same as usual. With the ancient castle, the ancient pagoda didn't mean much to Qin Feiyang. Wang Yangfeng frowned and said, Young lord, I'm really worried. Don't worry about me. Just cultivate in peace and strive to step into the semi-divinity realm as soon as possible. Only when all of you step into the semi-divinity realm will I have the capital to fight against Great Qin, Lu Xingchen, and the main pagoda. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. All right, we will work hard and live up to your expectations. Wang Yangfeng nodded and solemnly promised. Qin Feiyang nodded. Boss Qin that. Lei Bao looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully. Don't try anything funny. My expectations for you are even greater. When I return from the divine site, I hope to see that you have stepped into the semi-divinity realm or even the peak of the semi-divinity realm. Qin Feiyang said. Boring. Lei Bao pouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He entered the ancient castle again and glanced at the white-eyed wolf, Lu Hong, and the others. After many years of cultivation, everyone's cultivation base had basically broken through to the combat emperor realm. For example, Fatso, the pangolin, the double-winged snow eagle, and the phantom snake emperor. Although the black dragon snake and Lu Hong had crippled their cultivation base and started anew, after these years of seclusion, they had caught up with everyone's pace. And now, the strongest one was undoubtedly the fire Qilin. Although it hadn't opened the door of potential, it relied on the bloodline power of the Qilin divine beast. After leaving the Mu family, it had advanced by a small realm. 6-star combat emperor. However, there were also people and beasts that didn't meet the requirements. That was Ren Wushuang and the giant python. Although Ren Wushuang had opened the door of potential, she hadn't cultivated in the ancient castle before. Therefore, her cultivation base had only reached the 6-star combat saint realm. As for the giant python, although it had also opened the door of potential after following Qin Feiyang and had eaten divine meat, transforming into a flood dragon and causing its cultivation base to soar to the 3-star combat master realm, before following Qin Feiyang, its cultivation base was too low. Therefore, its current cultivation base was the lowest in this small group. Currently, it had only broken through to the 9-star combat master realm. Therefore, Ren Wushuang and the flood dragon were unable to enter the divine site. Qin Feiyang sighed and stepped forward to look at Ren Wushuang. He said helplessly, Sis, and you little fellow, Qin Feiyang said as he bent down and held the flood dragon in his palm. This was because the flood dragon had shrunk its body in the ancient castle, making it look like a small earthworm. You all heard it too. It's not that I don't want to bring you to the divine site, it's just that I can't bring you in. Qin Feiyang said as he looked at the man and beast. Ren Wushuang opened his eyes and smiled helplessly. He stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang. It's okay, as long as you came back alive. The flood dragon also made a helpless expression, feeling rather regretful in its heart. Because of this, the gap between it and everyone else would grow larger and larger. Ren Wushuang naturally understood this logic, but the rules of the divine sight were like this, and he couldn't force it. Qin Feiyang did not delay any longer and brought Ren Wushuang and the flood dragon into the ancient pagoda, descending in front of the medicine field's courtyard. Qin Feiyang, is my father okay? Xiao Kaier was chatting with the old man and the others in the courtyard. When she saw Qin Feiyang appear, she immediately got up and ran over to ask. He's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. Grandfather. Uncle Yen. Aunt. Ren Wushuang entered the courtyard and greeted the old man, Yen Nanshan, Luo Qinxue, and Lu Ji one by one. The four nodded. Qin Feiyang stood outside the courtyard and bowed to the four of them across the air. He then looked at the old man and said, "There's something I want to talk to you about." "What's the matter?" The old man got up and walked over. Qin Feiyang put down the flood dragon and appeared in the main hall of the Bright Sky Palace with the old man. He then explained the situation to the old man in detail. After the old man listened, he frowned and said, "Then according to what you said, Shuang can't enter the divine sight?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "What a pity. Do you know? Shuang swore in front of her father's grave that she would personally take revenge on Lu Xingchen, so she wanted to enter the divine sight more than anyone else. But now, sigh." The old man couldn't continue and could only let out a long sigh. "There's nothing we can do about it. The rules are as such." Qin Feiyang was silent for a while and said, "Yes. We mortals can't break the rules of the divine sight. Perhaps this is Shuang's fate. It's my fault. If I had let her follow you earlier, she wouldn't be a 6-star battle saint now." The old man's face was full of self-blame. "You don't have to blame yourself. Sister doesn't have to bear so much pressure. Because there's still me. Although sister and I aren't biological siblings, we're closer than biological siblings. Her business is my business. I'll settle the score with Lu Xingchen." Qin Feiyang said, his words cold and threatening. "Then I'll leave everything to you." The old man smiled. Chapter 1428. Lu family. No matter what happened outside, there would not be the slightest bit of change here. It was peaceful and quiet. Although the second grandfather's cultivation was strong, he was a good person. He was neither arrogant nor rash. Although the old man's cultivation was weak, he was neither servile nor overbearing in front of the second grandfather. The two of them had similar personalities. Thus, the moment the two old men met, they were like old friends and chatted happily. Qin Feiyang accompanied them for a while before leaving silently. "Feiyang, you're back. Xiao He has already sent us a message about what you did in the Imperial City. You killed 5 martial marquis and forced Emperor Hong and the Imperial tutor to kneel. I have to say, you're amazing." A few old men dressed in sackcloth saw Qin Feiyang and immediately laughed. "You're too kind." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Although these old men were dressed in ordinary clothes, they were actually peak 9-star combat Emperor realm experts. "Don't be modest. In this world, only you would dare to kill Great Qin's martial marquis in the throne room. Although it's a bit arrogant, we agree. Because after this incident, the remaining martial marquis will definitely not dare to collude with the imperial tutor." The old men chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and asked suspiciously, "Who is the Xiao He you were talking about?" An old man said, "He is your second grandfather's disciple. You are a junior, so you can't call him Xiao He. You have to call him Uncle He." Second grandfather's disciple. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Your Uncle He opened a small restaurant in the first district of the Imperial City. He is specifically responsible for gathering news about the Imperial City. So no matter what happens in the Imperial City, we will be able to receive the news immediately. That small restaurant is called Lai Feng Lu. If you have any trouble in the future, you can go there and ask your Uncle He for help." A few old men said. Lai Feng Lu. Qin Feiyang silently remembered this name. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Come with me to my house. There are a few jars of old wine at home that I can't bear to drink. Today, I'll let you have it." "Old man, You only know how to drink all day. Don't you know that drinking is bad for your health? Child, Grandpa has some wild mountain tea that he brewed himself. It tastes pretty good. Go and try it. Everyone was as enthusiastic as ever. Qin Feiyang's initial plan was to look for Lu Zheng. After meeting with Lu Zheng, he would enter the castle to cultivate. But then he thought about it. Why was he forcing himself like this? He might as well take advantage of these few days to adjust his state of mind. After all, they were about to enter the miracle. Only by adjusting themselves to their best condition could they deal with all the unknown variables. Moreover, an appropriate amount of relaxation was also beneficial to one's cultivation. Hence, Qin Feiyang gave up on cultivating. In the morning, he followed the men in the village out to farm and graze. In the afternoon, he played with the children in the village. In the evening, he accompanied the elders in the village to drink tea and chat. The rest of the day passed peacefully. He wanted to completely let himself go. The next evening, Lu Zheng appeared at the village entrance. The stench on his body had disappeared, but the anger in his heart was still there. Especially when he saw that Qin Feiyang was living so comfortably in the village, he was even more unhappy. He directly challenged Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't care. If he wanted to fight, then so be it. But when they fought, Qin Feiyang suppressed his cultivation. But even if he suppressed his cultivation, in the end, Lu Zheng was still beaten black and blue. The people in the village didn't stop him either. They all treated it as a show. The third day, Qin Feiyang finally met Uncle Black. This was a dark-skinned man who was very forthright. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. But late that night, after everyone finished drinking, Uncle Black left the village. Qin Feiyang didn't even have a chance to chat for a while. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the miracle's opening had finally arrived. Early morning. The sun rose from the east. It was full of vitality. Qin Feiyang opened the door and stood in the courtyard. He faced the morning sun and stretched lazily. For the past few days, he slept very soundly every night. He hadn't relaxed like this for a long time. He felt that every part of his body was incomparably comfortable. Suddenly, he smelled the aroma of rice. He retracted his gaze and looked at the stone table at the side. There were 5 or 6 delicious side dishes and 3 bowls of millet porridge neatly placed on it. Get up. Go wash up and get ready to eat. The old master walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates of side dishes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. The old master had been staying in the village for the past few days. Although his cultivation wasn't very high, because of Qin Feiyang, the villagers respected him very much. And second grandpa didn't treat him as an outsider. Not only did he let the old master stay in his house, but he also brought the old master around every day. It's better to come at the right time than to come at the right time. Just as Qin Feiyang and the others were about to eat, Lu Zheng ran over and sat directly opposite Qin Feiyang. He picked up a bowl of millet porridge and wolfed it down. Second grandpa scolded, "Brat, don't you see that old Master Ren is here? You have no manners at all." Lu Zheng quickly looked up at the old master and smiled. "Good morning, Grandpa Ren." Good. Eat more if you like." Old master smiled. "Of course I like it," Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Zheng and said disdainfully, "You really don't stand on ceremony at all." Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Don't talk to me. I haven't forgiven you yet." "Do I need your forgiveness?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Old master and second grandpa looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Second grandpa looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Ask your eldest cousin to come out. Let's have breakfast together." Qin Feiyang moved his mind and Lu Jiajin immediately appeared beside him. Second grandpa. Grandpa Rin. Lu Jiajin behaved very well and was polite. Second grandpa nodded and asked, "How is your cultivation?" "After 40 days of meditation, it's almost stable." Lu Jiajin said, "That's good. Sit down and eat. Take it as us 2 old men sending you off." Second grandpa smiled. Lu Jiajin nodded and sat next to Qin Feiyang. Old master got up and brought Lu Jiajin a bowl of millet porridge. "Thank you, Grandpa Ren. Lu Jijin took the bowl of millet porridge, looked at Old Master, and thanked him. Then he ate it in small bites. The time for the meal passed quickly. Second Grandpa looked at the three of them and his face became extremely serious. Qin Feiyang and the other two put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked up at Second Grandpa suspiciously. Second Grandpa said, "I only have one thing to say to you. You must come back alive." The three of them nodded heavily. Second Grandpa glanced at the three of them and then looked at Old Master. After a short silence, Old Master looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said with a smile, "To be honest, with your cultivation, I'm really not qualified to preach to you." Lu Jijin said with a smile, "Grandpa Ren is Feiyang's elder, which means you're also my and Lu Zheng's elder. There's no harm in speaking frankly. Then I'll take advantage of my seniority to say a few words. In terms of strength and intelligence, you're all the best of the younger generation. No one can even compare to you. But this time, it's not only the younger generation that's going to enter the miracle, but also the older generation. For example, the state preceptor, Mu Changyun, and so on. These people are all existences that you can't compete with now. So after entering the miracle, no matter what happens, you have to think twice before you act. Don't try to show off. The most important thing is that you have to be united. To paraphrase a popular saying, if brothers are of one heart, their sharpness can cut through gold. Also, like your second grandpa, I hope that you can all come back alive." Old Master said, "Thank you for your teachings, Grandpa Ren." Lu Jijin did not look down on Old Master because of the difference in cultivation at all. Instead, he respected him. Second Grandpa waved his hand and said, "When a bird grows up, it will eventually fly out. In the future, this world will be your stage. Go ahead and do whatever you want." Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and stood up one after another. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Old Master Qin appeared out of thin air. Old Master Qin looked at Old Master and Second Grandpa. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Hello, both of you." The two of them smiled and returned the greeting. Immediately after, the ancient pagoda flew out from between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows and flew to Old Master Qin, saying, "I'll leave everything in the ancient pagoda to you." Old Master Qin nodded. "Goodbye, Second Grandpa." "Goodbye, Grandpa Ren." The three of them bowed deeply and opened a teleportation door. Lu Jijin also took out the mask from his Jianghu bag and put it on his face again. Lu Zheng was sent to the castle by Qin Feiyang. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang and Lu Jijin turned into streams of light and rushed into the portal one after another. Old Master Qin looked at Second Grandpa and said, "I don't know if I'll survive this trip. If I can come back alive, I'll definitely come back and drink with the two of you." "My pleasure." Second Grandpa and Old Master Qin laughed. Also, Old Master Qin looked at Second Grandpa and pleaded, "If there are any changes in Great Qin during this period, please help, Old Master Lu." "I will." Second Grandpa nodded. "Thank you very much then." Old Master Qin thanked him and turned around to step into the portal. It's a miracle. So many people's dreams, and so many people's graves. Is it worth it? Second Grandpa sighed. Whether it's worth it or not, only those who go in will know. We're not qualified to say anything. Old Master Qin laughed. Second Grandpa nodded. When Qin Feiyang and the other two arrived in the sky above the square of the first district, countless people had already gathered in the first district. Everyone looked at the gate of time and space with a look of longing. Qin Feiyang. Old Master Qin. And that masked man. They really came. But this time, so many experts have entered the miracle, and there are even pseudo-gods. It's probably a problem whether Qin Feiyang can come back alive. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the other two arrive, the people immediately whispered to each other. Qin Feiyang and the other two didn't pay any attention to him. They directly soared into the sky and entered the space-time gate. The sky above the imperial city and the main tower of the central divine kingdom was also crowded and noisy. Chapter 1429. Qin Feiyang stood proudly, sweeping his gaze across the Pil Pagoda square below. Apart from those who came to join in the fun, There were three groups of people who attracted the most attention. On one side was the main pagoda. On one side was the Mu family. On the other side was the Great Qin. The three superforces stood on the square in a tripartite manner, all of them remaining silent. But the difference was that the Mu family only had three people, Lu Xingxin, Mu Changyun, and Mu Changfeng. There was no suspense. The rest of the Mu family must be hiding in a spatial divine object like Fatso and the others. Great Qin and the main pagoda did not have any spatial divine objects, so the people who were going to the miracle were gathered in the square, led by the main pagoda master and Emperor Hong. No more, no less, both sides had exactly 1,000 people. The imperial preceptor, Zhuge Mingyang, Yan Wei, and Wang Zicheng were all there. Wang Su and Gong Sunbei were also there. And beside Wang Su, Qin Feiyang saw two extremely familiar faces. Wang Yu, young Master Hao. The two of them looked the same as before. One was peerlessly beautiful, like a beauty that could topple a country, and the other was handsome and tall, like jade. However, compared to before, the two of them seemed more mature now. Especially Wang Yu. In the past, she was a charming, youthful, and lively woman. But now, there was no expression on her face, and her entire body carried a coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly, brought Elder Qin and Lu Jijin, and landed beside Lu Xingxin. Lu Xingxin smiled and said, "I'm just waiting for you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, "Where is the miracle?" Lu Xingxin said, "When the 10 keys are gathered, the miracle will naturally appear, but..." At this point, Lu Xingxin glanced at the imperial preceptor and Emperor Hong, frowning slightly, and sent a sound transmission. "Didn't we already agree not to give them the pill fire? Why are you still giving it to them?" Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't you also give the heavenly dipper flame to the main pagoda?" Lu Xingxin was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "Are you wondering how I know?" Lu Xingxin did not deny it. "Don't do it unless you don't want others to know." Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Xingxin shook his head and laughed. He said in admiration, "Brother Qin is indeed a difficult character to deal with. I can't hide anything from you." After saying that, he looked towards Emperor Hong and the main pagoda, and said, "Since everyone is already here, then take out the pill fire and summon the miracle." Emperor Hong immediately took out the profound sky flame. The chief pagoda master also took out the heavenly astral flames. Lu Xingxin waved his hand, and clusters of alchemic fire appeared. Different colors. There was also a bone-white alchemy fire. There was an alchemy fire that was as golden as gold. There were also alchemy fires that were as green as leaves. There were 6 clusters in total. Everyone took it out, but only Qin Feiyang remained indifferent. Lu Xingxin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, "Brother Qin, why don't you take out the heavenly thunder flame and the ice-cold flame?" Qin Feiyang said, "I still have to wait for a few people." Everyone looked at him in surprise. The person who could make Qin Feiyang wait was definitely not a simple person. "When they come, you will naturally know," Qin Feiyang said indifferently, looking at Wang Yu and young Master Hao. The two also looked at Qin Feiyang. Young Master Hao's eyes were full of hatred. But Wang Yu's expression did not change at all. It was as cold as frost. No one knew what she was thinking at the moment. A moment later, young Master Hao retracted his gaze, turned to look at Wang Yu, and warned, "Sister, after going to the miracle, you must be careful." Wang Yu nodded. Young Master Hao glanced at Qin Feiyang again, snorted coldly in his heart, then turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the pagoda. His cultivation was not high enough, so he was unable to enter the miracle. He came here purely to send Wang Yu and the others off. As for Wang Yu, back then, when they went to the Blue Sea together, she was already a 9-star war saint. Moreover, before Qin Feiyang left, he even gave her the potential pill, and the small fortune pill. She must have already opened the door of potential. As a result, her cultivation had long since broken through to the War King. And judging from her current aura, she was still a 3-star war emperor. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and sent a sound transmission to Lu Xingxin. Other than what you told me before, is there anything else I need to pay attention to in the miracle? Lu Xingchen shook his head. Really? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Lu Xingchen laughed. Of course, why would I lie to you? Humph. Qin Feiyang secretly snorted. This guy was really not honest at all. If Lu Jiajin had not told him that the miracle would kill the living beings in the ancient pagoda, he would have really brought the ancient pagoda, as well as all the people and beasts in the ancient pagoda, into the miracle. And this point. As someone who had been to the miracle before, it was impossible for Lu Xingchen not to know. But why didn't Lu Xingchen tell him about such an important matter? There was no suspense. Lu Xingchen definitely wanted to use the rule force of the miracle to get rid of all the people and beasts around him. In this way, the forces that he had painstakingly cultivated over the years would instantly vanish into thin air, leaving him all alone. This bastard, his intentions were truly hateful. Swish! About 100 breaths passed. Suddenly, 4 figures descended from the sky. The leader was the mysterious madam. Next was the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, her teacher, and the middle-aged man that even Mu Zhongyun was afraid of. Although there were only 4 of them, none of the people present dared to underestimate them. This was because among the 4 of them, there were 3 false gods, and one of them was even at the peak of the false god realm. As for the remaining young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, her cultivation was not bad at all. 9-star War Emperor. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. The mysterious madam chuckled and waved her hand, bringing the 3 young ladies of the Dragon Phoenix house to Qin Feiyang's side. Mu family, Qin Feiyang, and the mysterious madam, these 3 parties are actually standing together? Could it be that they have secretly formed an alliance? Seeing this scene, the people from Great Qin and the main pagoda couldn't help but ponder. Lu Xingchen looked at the mysterious madam and the other 3 and frowned. They are the people you are waiting for? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. These people are not easy to deal with. Is this really okay? Lu Xingchen asked, looking a little angry. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually bring the mysterious madam along. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It's more lively with more people, what's wrong with that? Finished. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly thunder flame and the ice frost flame appeared. All 10 types of pill fire had finally appeared. And just as the heavenly thunder flame and the ice frost flame appeared, the 10 types of pill fire seemed to have some sort of connection with each other. Boom! They recovered on their own, erupting with terrifying auras. Following that, a shocking heat wave swept through the heavens and earth. The entire Pill Pagoda square seemed to have turned into a huge furnace in an instant. Even Qin Feiyang, a 4-star War Emperor, was sweating profusely in an instant, let alone those below the War Emperor. Other than those who wanted to enter the miracle site, everyone retreated. At this moment, everyone stared fixedly at the 10 clusters of pill fire. Suddenly, the 10 clusters of pill fire rushed out at almost the same time, transforming into 10 huge dragons that roared towards the clouds, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Everyone followed the 10 huge dragons and looked towards the peak of the clouds. Boom! Finally, the 10 huge dragons rushed into the clouds. Gotcha! Wallet! Boom! In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the wind howled. The loud sound was deafening. Moreover, the sky that was still clear a moment ago was now covered by dark clouds and pouring rain. It could be said that strange phenomena were occurring frequently. What exactly is a miracle? It's actually such a big scene. Everyone was bewildered. Qin Feiyang and the others were also looking at the sky. There was nervousness and anticipation. Boom! Time passed breath by breath. After about 100 breaths of time, a vast divine might suddenly erupted in the sky, covering the heavens and the earth as it surged in all directions. This divine might. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Because this divine might was too terrifying. Even Emperor Hong and Mu Changyun, these peak false gods, couldn't help but tremble in despair. Who created this miracle? The divine might is actually so terrifying? Could it be a real war god? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Clang. Suddenly, another loud sound exploded in the sky, causing countless people's ears to ring and their blood to surge. Look, there seems to be something appearing in the clouds? Following closely, a cry of surprise rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a blurry silhouette gradually appear in the clouds. It was a door. A very large stone door. The stone door was 999 feet tall, completely black, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. That divine might came from this stone door. It was like a towering mountain that stood at the peak of the clouds and shook the heavens and the earth. Is that the door to the miracle? People murmured, their hearts filled with desire. Emperor Hong, Lu Xingchen, the mysterious madam, the chief pagoda master, and the others were also wild with joy. There seemed to be 10 grooves on the stone door. Suddenly, someone was puzzled. Grooves? Everyone was slightly taken aback and hurriedly looked at the stone door carefully. Vaguely, there really seemed to be 10 grooves. But the distance was too far to see clearly. However, Emperor Hong, a peak stage false god, could clearly see it. The 10 grooves were all in the shape of flames, and each of them was only the size of a palm. They were arranged irregularly on the stone door. Lu Xingchen retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Put the 10 types of alchemy fire into the 10 grooves, and the stone door will open. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, grabbing the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame. He rushed towards the stone door. Elder Qin, Lu Jijin, and the mysterious madam followed closely behind him. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen, Emperor Hong, and the chief pagoda master also hurriedly grabbed the alchemy fire, and with their own people, they chased after Qin Feiyang's group like lightning. Let's go take a look as well. The onlookers also rushed up into the sky. When Qin Feiyang and the others arrived in front of the stone door, they truly felt the deterrence and pressure brought by the stone door. Chapter 1430. Prepare to open the stone door. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and walked out of the crowd. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen, the chief pagoda master, Emperor Hong also stepped out and landed beside Qin Feiyang. The 4 stood side by side, then looked at each other and raised their arms at the same time. 10 clusters of alchemy fire immediately flew out of their hands towards the 10 grooves. At this moment, the people behind couldn't help but hold their breath. After a few breaths, finally, the 10 clusters of alchemy fire each entered a groove. Buzz. Immediately, bolts of purple lightning shot out from the first groove. This purple lightning originated from the heavenly thunder flame. In other words, the first groove was the heavenly thunder flame. The purple lightning was dazzling and didn't dissipate for a long time. And, as if it was being pulled, the lightning rushed towards the second groove. Buzz. When the lightning rushed into the second groove, a dazzling white divine light suddenly rushed out of the groove. Inside this white divine light, there was a bone-piercing cold current. That's right. This was what the heavenly ice flame emitted. Following closely, the third groove, the fourth groove. One after another, a dazzling divine light burst out. Finally, the 10 grooves all lit up like a blazing sun. The divine light was boundless, illuminating the sky. And at this moment, the entire stone door was also suffused with strands of blood-red light, filled with an astonishing baleful aura. Wait! Look, the divine light of the 10 grooves are connected together. Don't they look like 2 words? Someone said in surprise. 2 words? Everyone was stunned and hurriedly checked carefully. Don't say it. It really looks like 2 words. The crowd was in an uproar. Qin Feiyang also looked at the 4 grooves suspiciously. Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and his face was full of disbelief. The divine light of the 10 grooves connected together didn't look like 2 words, but 2 words themselves. And these 2 words, he had seen them more than once. No sky. That's right. These were the 2 words on the stone door. Why would there be 2 words here? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. Not only had he seen these 2 words before, but he also knew that it was a name. This was because the name Wuxian was written in the pill mantra. Moreover, the pill scripture was written by this person called Wuxian. Was this a coincidence? If it was a coincidence, wasn't it too much of a coincidence? If it was not a coincidence, did it mean that the miracle was created by Wu Tian? Not only did he create the pill scripture, he even created this miracle that even the war god was jealous of. Just who was this person? Rumble. Just as Qin Feiyang's mind was filled with doubts, there was a deafening sound. A crack appeared in the middle of the stone door, and then it slowly opened. The miracle has begun. Lu Xingchen and the others clenched their fists in excitement. Qin Feiyang also temporarily put aside his doubts and stared at the door that was getting bigger and bigger. What on earth was inside? But in the end, a trace of disappointment crept onto his face. The gap in the door was already half a meter wide, but it was pitch black inside. Nothing could be seen, only the sound of wind could be heard coming from inside. And even the sound of the wind was very weak. He couldn't feel any sense of danger. Didn't they say that the entrance to the miracle was very dangerous? Why does it look so ordinary now? Could it be that someone is spreading rumors? Everyone was suspicious. At the same time, everyone's heart was also active. If there was really no danger, then without the alchemy fire, could they still enter the miracle? Clang. After dozens of breaths, the stone door finally opened completely, like a pitch-black bottomless pit. Standing in front of the door, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Although everything looked calm, experience told him that the calmer the place, the greater the threat. Whoosh! At the same time that the stone door was completely opened, the 10 clusters of alchemy fire swept out from the groove like lightning. As if they had a sensing ability, they flew in front of Qin Feiyang, the chief pagoda master, Emperor Hong, and Lu Xingchen respectively. And it was exactly the same as before. Floating in front of Qin Feiyang was still the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame. Floating in front of the chief pagoda master was still the heavenly dipper flame. In front of Emperor Hong was still the profound sky flame. This made Qin Feiyang, Emperor Hong, and the chief pagoda master a little stunned, but Lu Xingchen was not surprised. Brother Qin, let's meet in the miracle. Lu Xingchen smiled at Qin Feiyang, and then led the alchemy fire and Mu Zhongyun into the stone door without looking back. Everyone follow me. Seeing this, Emperor Hong hurriedly shouted. The people on Great Qin's side, including the imperial preceptor, immediately rushed to Emperor Hong's side. Emperor Hong grabbed the profound sky flame and swept everyone into the stone door. The chief pagoda master also did not delay for a moment and led Wang Su, Gong Sun Bei, and the others into the stone door like lightning. Without exception. As soon as the people of the 3 major forces entered the stone door, they immediately disappeared from everyone's sight. The whole process took less than 3 breaths, and now only Qin Feiyang and the others were left in front of the stone door. The crowd behind looked at the stone door and were ready to make a move. The mysterious madam turned her head and scanned the crowd, saying, "I'll kindly advise you all, it's best not to go in. I don't believe that you would be so kind. If you don't let me go in, I'll go in and take a look." It was fine if the mysterious madam did not speak, but once she spoke, the crowd became restless. There were even a few 1-star combat emperors who directly rushed into the stone door with a face of displeasure. However, after the few of them entered, there was no sound from the stone door. The mysterious madam said, "They've already lost their lives. It's just that outside we can't hear their screams." So fast. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The mysterious madam said, "Without the protection of the alchemy fire, they will die the moment they enter." Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. Old Qin urged, "Let's quickly go in too." Qin Feiyang nodded. The mysterious madam suddenly said, "What's wrong?" Everyone looked at her suspiciously. The mysterious madam said, "Before you go in, I have to tell you one thing in advance, so that you won't be caught off guard." "Go ahead." Old Qin said. The dangers inside the divine ruin were unpredictable. The more they understood the situation in advance, the more insurance they would have. The divine ruin is randomly teleported. In other words, even if you go in together, you might not appear in the same place. So, after you go in, don't do anything. Look for your companions first. The mysterious madam instructed. Qin Feiyang's expression changed and asked, "How big is the first floor of the divine ruin?" "I don't know." The mysterious madam shook her head. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Haven't you been there before? How can you not know? The mysterious madam said, the size of the divine ruin is not something you can imagine. In short, no one in this world knows how big the divine ruin is. Then how do we find it? Qin Feiyang asked. Don't worry. There's a way that can let you find everyone easily. This way is the enslavement seal. The mysterious madam said. Enslavement seal? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The enslavement seal can peek into the other party's inner thoughts and can also sense the other party's approximate location. Although it's not as good as Mu Qing's omniscient eye, it can save you a lot of time. The mysterious madam said. Is it really useful? Qin Feiyang expressed his aptitude. One must know that it was a divine ruin. The rule force inside was very likely to block the enslavement seal's detection. It's useful. When I first obtained the enslavement seal in the divine ruin, I immediately found someone to test it. The mysterious madam nodded. Didn't you say that the enslavement seal was created by you? You must have let it slip. Qin Feiyang smiled slyly. The mysterious madam was stunned and scolded with a smile. You stinky brat, remember that you can't fly in the divine ruin, nor can you send messages, let alone open a portal. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. This was still a big problem. In short, I don't care about others, but you have to protect my daughter well. The mysterious madam stared at Qin Feiyang and said gloomily before looking at old man Qin and Lu Jijin, as for you guys, Lu Jijin said, needless to say, it's impossible for me to sign the enslavement seal with you. Same for me. Old man Qin said. The mysterious madam said, you have to think carefully. If you encounter the state preceptor and the others, without us around, you will definitely die. I only want to help you because of Qin Feiyang. Everyone has their own fate. Lu Jijin smiled indifferently. In that case, I won't force you. When we have the chance to meet, we will join hands. After the mysterious madam finished speaking, she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, quickly go and sign the enslavement seal with the people in the castle. They want it too? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Even if they are in the castle, they will be sent to other places by the rule force. The mysterious madam said. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands in thanks and immediately entered the castle. Fortunately, the mysterious madam had told him this in advance. Otherwise, when he entered the divine ruins, everything would be too late. Not long later, Qin Feiyang signed the enslavement seal with everyone. Following that, Qin Feiyang left the castle and appeared beside the mysterious madam. He turned to look at the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion smiled sweetly. Qin Feiyang looked at the mysterious madam again. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was the mysterious madam's precious daughter. Even if the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion herself agreed, he did not dare to act rashly. It was better to ask for the mysterious madam's opinion first. The mysterious madam glanced at the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, after entering the divine ruins and finding my daughter, immediately remove the enslavement seal. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded, his hands formed a seal, and an enslavement seal instantly appeared, entering the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. So, the enslavement seal was completed. Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something as he looked at the mysterious madam and asked, Senior, can Mu Qing's heavenly eye and blood soul technique sense the other party's location in the divine ruins? Blood soul technique definitely can't. After all, it's just a battle technique. But I'm not sure about the heavenly eye, because there has never been a similar situation before. The mysterious madam said. Qin Feiyang nodded and laughed. Then let's go. He turned to look at the stone door, took a deep breath, grabbed the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame, and prepared to bring everyone into the stone door. Brother Qin, wait a moment. However, at this moment, a voice sounded from behind. This voice? It sounds familiar? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He turned his head and looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see 4 young figures rushing out from the gate of time and space like lightning. How could it be them? Chapter 1431. It was a man and 3 women. They looked ordinary, but they had an outstanding temperament. No matter where they were, they would be noticed immediately. Moreover, their auras were very strong. Even Qin Feiyang could not see through them. Swish! The four of them rushed to Qin Feiyang and bowed to the mysterious lady and the others. Greetings, seniors. You are? The mysterious lady was suspicious. The young man cupped his hands and said, I am Lingyu. These three are my friends, Feng Ranran, Luoden, and Zhao Yu. The mysterious lady was stunned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. They're also my friends. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. But he was puzzled. According to Lu Xingchen, these four people had mysteriously disappeared. Why did they suddenly appear now? Moreover, their cultivation had become so strong? Lingyu turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Qin, long time no see. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, It has indeed been a long time. How have you been recently? After leaving the temple, we have been carefree and relaxed. Naturally, we have been quite good. Lingyu smiled. Elder Qin was surprised. You were disciples of the temple? Yes. We came to the capital together with Brother Qin. Lingyu nodded. Then why did you leave? Elder Qin frowned. Lingyu sighed and said, The temple is full of intrigue and intrigue. We really don't like this atmosphere. Elder Qin said, Which place in the world doesn't have intrigue and intrigue? If you want to grow, you have to experience this. Elder Qin is right, but it is naturally best to hide and relax. Lingyu smiled faintly and looked at Qin Feiyang. I wonder if Brother Qin has any extra spots? You are also going to the miracle? Qin Feiyang was surprised. If not, why would we come to you? Lingyu smiled. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. Okay, I have a lot of spots anyway. Thank you, Brother Qin. Lingyu cupped his hands gratefully. Count me in. Suddenly, a faint laughter rang out. Boom. Following closely, a terrifying aura surged out from the gate of time and space. What is it? Everyone looked at the space-time gate in shock. Soon, a gigantic creature flew out of the gate of time and space and landed in the sky above the Pill Pagoda Square. It was a large dog that was over 30 meters long. Its fur was dark red, and its entire body emitted a monstrous evil aura. What was even stranger was, there were actually 6 dog heads on the big dog's shoulders. Each of the dog heads was as big as a dustpan, with 6 pairs of eyes. 12 eyes, as if they were made of blood, emitting a ferocious glint. Looking at its appearance, could it be the legendary hellhound? According to legend, the Hell God Hound is a divine beast that is responsible for guarding the gates of hell. It is extremely ferocious. The crowd immediately began to discuss. It really is the infernal divine hound. Old Man Qin and the others looked at each other. A smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. Because when he saw the Hell God Hound, he knew who it was. Damn dog, can you wait for me? Why are you running so fast to reincarnate? With an angry shout, a young man rushed out of the gate of time and space, staring at the Hell God Hound, his face full of anger. This person had a slender figure and a thin body. He had a hooked nose and his eyes were like those of an eagle, emitting a sharp light. That's right. It was Tan Wu. Reincarnate, this emperor will also bring you along. The Hell God Hound snorted coldly, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Qin Feiyang and the others fiercely. Tan Wu's face twitched, and he shouted, Okay, if you have the ability, come with me, don't look for Qin Feiyang, directly break into the miracle. Get lost. This emperor won't do such a stupid thing with an idiot like you. If you want to die, go die yourself, don't drag this emperor into the water. The Hell God Hound snorted coldly and took the lead to fly in front of Qin Feiyang. He raised his arrogant head and glanced at the group of people. This pair of quarrelsome lovers really haven't changed at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and couldn't help laughing. Kid, the last time I fell in your hands in the Magic Dragon Mountain range, it was because this emperor was careless. Why don't we fight again now? The Hell God Hound's gaze turned and landed on Qin Feiyang, laughing. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head, not interested. Not interested? I think you don't dare to. The Hell God Hound looked at Qin Feiyong provocatively. Qin Feiyong rolled his eyes. Damn dog, can't you behave yourself? Tan Wu flew over and stared at the Hell God Hound angrily. The Hell God Hound laughed, looked at Qin Feiyong and Tan Wu and said, "Why don't you two come together? Bastard. Do you believe that I won't take you to the miracle later?" Tan Wu was furious. "TSK, you can only use this to threaten this emperor." The 12 eyes of the Hell God Hound were full of disdain. Tan Wu couldn't help but feel powerless. He looked at Qin Feiyong and said with an embarrassed smile, "I've made a fool of myself. I'm used to it, it doesn't matter." Qin Feiyong held back his laughter and said. Hearing this, Tan Wu's expression became even more awkward. Qin Feiyong asked, "You guys are also going to the miracle?" Tan Wu nodded and said with a smile, "Of course, if you don't have any extra spots now, I won't force you." "Won't force you? Little scum, when did you become so open-minded? This emperor doesn't care about you. Anyway, this emperor must go to the miracle." The Hell God Hound said. Tan Wu's face was dark, his veins were bulging, and he said angrily, "With so many people watching, can't you leave me some face? You scoundrel, do you still need face?" The Hell God Hound was disdainful. Tan Wu was slightly stunned and roared, "Tell me clearly, when have I been a scoundrel?" The Hell Divine Hound said, "You shamelessly followed this emperor, isn't this called being a scoundrel?" "I shamelessly followed you? Do you still want face?" "Back then, when I went to see old Senior Qin, who was the one who insisted on following me, unable to be chased away? Coming to the miracle this time, who was the one shamelessly following me?" Tan Wu exploded in anger. He had really never seen such a shameless bastard before. Old Senior Qin. Qin Feiyong's heart turned cold and he sent a voice transmission. "You guys were at Uncle Yuan's place during this period of time?" Tan Wu nodded. "Is he doing well now?" Qin Feiyong secretly asked. Tan Wu smiled and said, "He eats well and sleeps soundly. No one is better than him. I really want to meet him." Qin Feiyong secretly sighed and looked at the Hell Divine Hound and said with a smile, "Stop arguing, I still have a lot of spots in my hands." "Who wants to argue with him? It's him looking for trouble all day long." The Hell Divine Hound said with a cold snort. "I'm looking for trouble?" Tan Wu pointed at his nose, staring at the Hell Divine Hound with a look of anger. All right, prepare to enter the miracle." Qin Feiyong hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. This pair of enemies he had long seen before. If he did not forcefully interrupt them, there would definitely be no end to it. Hearing that they were about to enter the miracle, the Hell Divine Hound also immediately became well-behaved. Tan Wu and Ling Yu, 4 people, also greeted. After all, they were also considered old acquaintances. "Let's go." Qin Feiyong looked at the stone door, let out a long sigh, and led the group of people into the stone door in large strides. The moment they entered the stone door, everyone's eyes fell into pitch-black darkness, unable to see their fingers in front of them. At the same time, a terrifying destructive aura enveloped over. In everyone's hearts, a sense of crisis and fear involuntarily welled up. But also at the same moment, heavenly thunder flame and frost flame released divine light, condensing a barrier, protecting the group of people inside. At the same time, it also illuminated the path ahead. In front of them, there was a long passage with no end in sight. And in the passage, it was filled with gray storms, and the destructive aura that enveloped them before came from these storms. Qin Feiyong said in surprise, "These are space-time storms?" "That's right. The power of the space-time storm is very terrifying. Even if it's a war god, it's difficult to escape death," the mysterious lady said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Tan Wu, the Hell Divine Hound, and Ling Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. The mysterious lady said, "There's no time to lose, let's go." Qin Feiyong nodded and led everyone to fly towards the end of the passage. "Help!" Suddenly, a cry for help came from behind. The group of people turned their heads and saw a few middle-aged men barging in, but they were instantly engulfed by the space-time storm and torn to pieces. This is the consequence of not listening to advice. The mysterious lady smiled coldly, without the slightest sympathy. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and flew towards the end while asking, "Will the stone door close?" Lu Xingchen, chief pagoda master, and Emperor Hong should have already brought the pill fire into the divine ruins. When we bring the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame into the divine ruins, the stone door will automatically close. The mysterious lady said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then when we come out, how do we open the stone door?" Between the first and second floor, there is a vacuum area, and there is a stone door that leads to the outside. To open the stone door, you also need 10 types of pill fire. So you must take good care of the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame. The mysterious lady warned. Qin Feiyang nodded. "I will also tell you the location of the first and second floor's passageways in advance. The passageway is located in the southwest direction. You search along the way, and when you see a palm-like mountain range, you go to the highest mountain. The passageway to the second floor is on top of that mountain. But you have to be careful because at the entrance of the passageway, there is a giant python guarding it." The mysterious lady said in a deep voice. "Then what is its cultivation level?" Qin Feiyang asked. "False god." The mysterious lady said. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. Tan Wu and the others also looked extremely solemn. "Don't worry too much. That giant python is sleeping all year round. As long as you don't make too much noise, it won't wake up. Back then, we took advantage of its sleep to sneak past it and enter the passageway. But if it is in an awakened state, then you must not approach it. Wait until it falls asleep. Because it will not let go of any creature that appears in its sight." The mysterious lady said. Everyone nodded. Chapter 1432. The mysterious lady asked, "Then what are you worried about?" Qin Feiyang said, "The last time you entered the divine ruins, it should have been 10,000 years ago." The mysterious lady nodded. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Then have you ever thought that 10,000 years ago, it was a false god? Today, 10,000 years later, would it have already stepped into the war god realm?" The mysterious lady was stunned and said with a wry smile, "I really haven't thought about this." Qin Feiyang sighed. "If it has really stepped into the war god realm, then we can only pray that it has been sleeping." Tan Wu and the others also had a heavy heart. The Hell Godhound said, "This emperor is puzzled. Didn't they say that false gods can't enter the first floor? Why is there a pseudo-god level giant python?" "You have to ask the creator of the divine ruins. Because only he has this ability. Perhaps that giant python was left behind by that creator." The mysterious lady said. "Creator, Wun," Qin Feiyang muttered. "I really hope to meet this mysterious existence." While talking, 2 rays of light suddenly appeared in the passage ahead. Is it the end? Everyone stared at the 2 rays of light. But at this moment, a deafening beast roar sounded in front of them. Following closely, a huge black beast emerged from the storm. It was shaped like a violent ape, more than 100 feet tall. The pitch-black fur all over its body was like steel needles, emitting a bone-piercing cold light. How is this possible? Isn't the space-time storm able to kill even the war god? Why is there still a beast here? Qin Feiyang and the others turned pale with fright. "Retreat!" Tan Wu shouted. This giant beast was able to travel freely in the space-time storm. Its cultivation must have reached the peak of perfection, even surpassing the war god realm. Facing such an existence, even if there was Elder Qin and the other false gods, they would probably only die. "Don't retreat." But before Tan Wu's voice faded, the mysterious lady shouted. The giant beast pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the others, roaring and baring its fangs. Both of his arms were as thick as buckets and filled with destructive power. "It's not real. It's an illusion," the mysterious lady said. "Illusion?" Everyone was stunned. "Everyone who enters will have to go through the test of this illusion. If you can't withstand the test and escape, you will be obliterated by the space-time storm even with the protection of the alchemic fire. So, don't run away now. You have to face it bravely." I remember that back then, 2 false divinities fled in fear, and ended up dying here," the mysterious lady said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others broke out in cold sweat. If it wasn't for the mysterious madam, they would have really escaped. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, they were cursing the person who created this miracle in their hearts. For a ferocious beast to suddenly appear in such a dangerous place, anyone would be frightened. Wasn't this a deliberate trap? The giant beast roared as it raised its dustpan-sized giant hand and slapped towards Qin Feiyang and his group. This scene was too lifelike. Whether it was the appearance of the giant beast or that terrifying ferocious power, it was no different from the real thing. Knowing that it was fake, but looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and the others' hearts almost jumped out of their chest. When the giant palm came, Feng Ranran, Luo Dan, and Zhao Yu, these three women even instinctively closed their eyes. But in the end, nothing happened. After the giant palm slapped down, it instantly dissipated like air. The giant beast in front of them also dissipated into nothingness. "It's really scary." Ling Yu patted his chest with lingering fear. "Yeah. If no one reminded us, we wouldn't be able to tell that this is just an illusion." Tan Wu said, "Look at you guys, so what if it's real? If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two." The Hell Divine Hound said disdainfully. Everyone rolled their eyes. This guy was more afraid than anyone before and even hid behind Tan Wu. Now that it disappeared, it ran out to show off? Tan Wu was indeed right. This guy was a shameless fellow. Everyone calmed down and looked at the two light spots again. The light spots had already become the size of a wash basin. There was a long distance between the two light spots. The mysterious lady said, "The light spot on the left is the entrance to the first level, and the light spot on the right is the entrance to the second level. Are you all ready?" Qin Feiyang and the others nodded, their eyes full of anticipation. For ordinary people, entering such a place where everything was unknown, they would definitely be nervous and perturbed. But for monsters like Qin Feiyang and Ling Yu, there was only anticipation in their hearts. 5 breaths later, the light spots had become the size of a dustpan. 20 breaths later, the size of the light spots was already more than 3 feet, like 2 full moons, emitting a dazzling light. Finally, they saw the situation around the 2 light spots clearly. Within 1,000 feet around the 2 light spots, it was a vacuum zone. There was no wind, but there was nothing else. "Feiyang, I believe you can definitely become a god on the first level. I'll wait for you on the second level," Lu Jijin said. Qin Feiyang laughed. "I won't make you wait too long." Lu Jijin nodded. A few breaths later, a group of people entered the vacuum zone. The barrier formed by the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame automatically dissipated. The moment the barrier dissipated, a powerful suction force emerged from the 2 entrances. Qin Feiyang, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, Tan Wu, the Hell God Hound, and Ling Yu immediately flew towards the left entrance uncontrollably. The mysterious lady, Elder Qin, Lu Jijin, the teacher of the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, and the middle-aged man flew towards the right entrance uncontrollably. "Mother, teacher, uncle, take care." Following the shout of the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, the people on both sides entered the entrance and disappeared without a trace. On a vast plain. Suddenly, following a scream, a figure fell from the sky like a meteorite, heavily smashing into the center of the plain, causing dust to fly everywhere. Damn it, how could it fall like this? If his cultivation was a little weaker, wouldn't he have fallen to his death? An angry curse immediately sounded from the dust. Following closely, a young man in white limped out of the dust, rubbing his buttocks as he cursed. That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. However, at this moment, his hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. He was in an extremely sorry state. Moreover, after that fall, his entire body felt as if it was about to fall apart. It was extremely sore. Originally, he thought that he would land steadily on the ground or be directly teleported to the ground. However, he didn't expect that he would fall from the sky. Wasn't this asking for his life? Fortunately, his cultivation was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have fallen to his death. Qin Feiyong exhaled, casually patted the dust off his body, and then raised his head to look around. Immediately, he frowned. This plain stretched as far as the eye could see. However, there was nothing on this plain. It could be described as not a single blade of grass growing. The ground was also covered with dry cracks, like a spider web. Moreover, looking around, he couldn't find a trace of a fierce beast or even a flying insect. Is this a miracle? Qin Feiyong was stunned. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyong was stunned. Why was it so hot? He looked at his two arms. His skin was already dripping with sweat. Swish. He hurriedly looked up at the sky and his body suddenly froze. The sky stretched as far as the eye could see. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. However, there were actually 10 scorching suns hanging in the sky here. That's right. There were indeed 10 suns in the sky. The 10 suns were arranged in a row, like 7 stars in a row, emitting a scorching heat, burning this piece of land. No wonder there isn't even a blade of grass here. It turns out that there are 10 eunuchs. Qin Feiyong muttered. Sweat dripped down like rain, dripping onto the rolling ground, making a sizzling sound. Buzz. Qin Feiyong hurriedly waved his hand and condensed a battle chi boundary to isolate the scorching sunlight. As the temperature here was too high, even if he was a 4-star combat emperor, if he didn't stop it, he would become weak due to lack of water and might even lose his life. However, after the boundary appeared, he didn't feel cold at all. It was still so hot. What's going on? This time, Qin Feiyong was dumbfounded. After repeated tests, he finally got a shocking result. The battle chi boundary actually couldn't isolate the sunlight. This meant that the boundary existed in name only and didn't have any effect at all. Isn't this too outrageous? Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the most important thing now was to find a water source. However, would there be a water source here? On such a hot day, even if there was a water source, it would have dried up long ago. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never expected that a 4-star combat emperor would actually have a day where he would be worried about water. Fortunately, he still had the ancient castle. The ancient castle could definitely avoid the high temperature here. Swish. Qin Feiyong had an idea and was about to enter the ancient castle. However, suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and scanned the empty space. In the empty space, he actually couldn't sense the existence of essence. Essence was something that all living things in the world needed. For example, humans and beasts needed essence to cultivate. However, Qin Feiyong used to refine battle chi pills to cultivate. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to essence. However, at this point, he couldn't ignore this problem anymore. This was because the battle chi pills would be used up sooner or later. Although he also cultivated a medicinal field, the medicinal field was in the ancient pagoda and the ancient pagoda was now in the hands of the old master. This meant that he couldn't count on the medicinal field anymore. Why didn't anyone tell me that there was a lack of essence here? Otherwise, I could have prepared more medicinal materials for battle chi pills. Qin Feiyong was extremely annoyed. He tried to fly, open the teleportation door, and revive the image crystal. However, none of them worked. The scorching temperature, the lack of essence, and all kinds of restrictions. For a cultivator, this is really a cruel place. Qin Feiyong sighed secretly. With an idea, he entered the ancient castle. Looking at this familiar place, Qin Feiyong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because once he arrived here, his whole body immediately cooled down. He couldn't feel the heat at all. However, as the mysterious lady said, Fatso, Lu Hong, Viper, Dan Wangkai, Lu Zheng, Wolf King, Winged Snow Eagle, and other beasts had all disappeared without a trace. At this moment, he was the only one in the entire ancient castle. Don't say. Chapter 1433. I have to find everyone as soon as possible. Qin Feiyong muttered. The conditions here were too bad, and everyone was wandering outside. He was very worried. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed through the slave seal. The first thing he looked for was the white-eyed wolf. A moment later, he finally sensed the location of the white-eyed wolf. It was in the northeast direction, estimated to be tens of thousands of miles away from the plain where he was. Too far. Qin Feiyang muttered and sensed the location of Lu Hong and the others, as well as the double-winged snow eagle and the other beasts. In the end, he found that everyone was in different directions. They were also very far away from him. The white-eyed wolf was the closest to him. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and carefully sensed the location of the miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. So Qin Feiyang was stunned. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was actually near him. It was estimated to be only 500 to 600 miles away, located in the southeast direction. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang decided to find the miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion first. First, because this woman was the closest to him. Second, if something happened to this woman and the mysterious madam investigated, he couldn't bear the responsibility. After making the decision, Qin Feiyang immediately drove the castle and flew towards the southeast. However, he found that the scene in the void in front of him didn't move. The scene didn't move, which meant that the castle didn't move either. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded on the spot. Could it be that the castle couldn't fly? He quickly closed his eyes and sensed the situation of the castle. He found that the castle that had turned into dust was not floating in the void, but lying quietly on the dry and cracked ground. He tried several times, but the castle still didn't move. How can I play like this? Qin Feiyang frowned. He thought that with the castle he could avoid contact with the hot weather outside, but he didn't expect that the castle couldn't move. The castle that couldn't be moved in this environment, to be honest, wasn't of much help to him. Looks like I can't be lazy in this place. I have to do everything myself. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. He left the castle and appeared on the plains. The scorching heat instantly enveloped them. In less than 3 breaths, Qin Feiyang was drenched in sweat. But now, he didn't have time to think too much about it. Using the phantom steps, he turned into a stream of light and sped towards the southeast. He was the only one left on the vast plain. Qin Feiyang's heart gradually became heavy under the hot weather and the deathly stillness. His brows were filled with wariness. Because in such an unknown place, variables could appear at any time. After galloping for about 100 miles, they still couldn't see the end of the plain. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang felt like something was flying behind him with a gust of wind. Qin Feiyang, who had been tempered by life and death situations all year round, naturally reacted quickly. He immediately stopped and turned his head to look. However, he couldn't see anything in the void behind him. There was no movement on the ground either. What's going on? Could it be an illusion? Qin Feiyang frowned, turned back and continued to gallop forward, but secretly paid attention. About a dozen breaths passed. Suddenly, the wind blew. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around to look. This move could be said to be lightning fast. This time, he caught a bloody light and jumped into the crack under his feet like lightning. When Qin Feiyang looked down at the crack, it had disappeared. What the hell? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That bloody light was only the size of a palm and didn't have any aura. It felt like a ghost, difficult to catch. Boom. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang's aura erupted. He stepped down and immediately retreated. Boom. Immediately, the place where he had stepped on before collapsed and sank crazily. In just a moment, a huge pit of hundreds of feet appeared. Dust and smoke filled the air. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind whistled and the dust and smoke were quickly blown away. However, when the dust and smoke dissipated, there was nothing except for that huge pit. You really know how to hide. No matter what you are, you'd better not bother me again. Qin Feiyang scanned the huge pit and couldn't help but feel angry. He didn't want to waste any more time. With a cold snort, he turned into a stream of light and quickly left. As if hearing Qin Feiyang's words, that bloody light didn't appear again. So, Qin Feiyang sped for another 300 to 400 miles. However, he still couldn't see the end of the plain. It seemed to be really endless. However, on a small slope more than 10 miles away, he saw a person. It was a woman. She was wearing a light golden dress. Her figure was tall and slender, and her bearing was graceful. On her face, there was also a veil. Only a pair of clear eyes could be seen. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, giving off a sense of mystery. That's right. This woman was the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house. At this moment, she stood on the hillside and looked around, as if she was looking for something. However, at this moment, under the scorching heat, she was also sweating profusely, and her clothes were almost drenched. So, she also noticed Qin Feiyang, and a strange light flashed across her eyes, and she hurriedly rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Not long later, the two of them gathered together. Qin Feiyang asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded and asked, "What about you?" Qin Feiyang said, "I didn't encounter any danger. What were you looking for just now?" The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house looked around and said, "I feel like something is following me, but every time I look back, there's nothing there." "You actually noticed this too?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "What is it?" "You've encountered it too." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house was surprised. "I also saw a blood-red light, but because it was too fast, I didn't see its true appearance clearly," Qin Feiyang said solemnly. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house's heart sank. She scanned the plains and said uneasily, "I keep having an ominous feeling. Let's leave this place quickly." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Let's go find the white-eyed wolf first. It's in the northeast." "Northeast? We're in the southeast right now, isn't it the opposite?" The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "There's nothing I can do about it. The white-eyed wolf is the closest to me, so I'll definitely look for it first." "How far is it?" the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house asked. Qin Feiyang said, "According to my estimation, it should be 40 to 50,000 miles. 40 to 50,000 miles is the closest? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house could not help but laugh bitterly. "Don't dawdle, let's go," Qin Feiyang urged. He then used phantom steps and turned around to go back the way he came. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house hurriedly chased after him. Just as she was about to catch up to Qin Feiyang, a shocking killing intent flashed across her eyes. His eyes instantly turned blood-red. Following closely, she raised her arm and slapped towards Qin Feiyang's head. There was no sound or aura at all. Even Qin Feiyang, who was right in front of him, did not notice it. "Qin Feiyang, be careful." However, at the same time, an anxious shout came from the left in the distance. This voice, Qin Feiyang was startled and immediately looked to the left, only to see a woman wearing a light golden dress, waving her hand and shouting as she rushed over. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded on the spot. That woman was actually the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house. Wasn't the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house behind him? When did he run over there? "Be careful behind you." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house on the left, seeing that Qin Feiyang did not realize the danger behind him at all, shouted loudly, her heart burning with anxiety. "Behind me?" Qin Feiyang was startled. He immediately turned his head to look, and his expression immediately changed. How could there be two miss of the Dragon Phoenix house? At the same time, the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house behind him also struck out with her palm, her mouth also releasing a terrifying sinister smile. At this time, it was already too late for Qin Feiyang to dodge, because he discovered it too late. He had never thought that this miss of the Dragon Phoenix house would sneak attack him from behind. However, after all, he had experienced countless life and death situations, and his battle awareness far exceeded that of ordinary people. In the nick of time, he tilted his head to the side, avoiding a fatal blow. At the same time, he activated the battle character art. His long hair and eyes instantly turned blood-red, and a monstrous battle intent surged out from his entire body. At the same time that she activated the battle character art, the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house's palm landed, brushing past Qin Feiyang's ear and fiercely slapping his shoulder. Crack! Qin Feiyang's entire shoulder instantly shattered, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The excruciating pain caused his face to contort even more. Moreover, the ground below also shattered with a loud bang, causing dust and smoke to rise in all directions. Damn it! When the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house on the left saw this, she was instantly enraged. Bringing along a terrifying emperor's might, she rushed over. As they approached, Without hesitation, she attacked the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house who had ambushed Qin Feiyang with her palm. Tsk tisk. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house laughed sinisterly, and without dodging, she waved her palm. Boom. The two palms met in an instant. A world-destroying aura instantly surged out in all directions like a torrent with the two of them as the center. For a moment, dust flew everywhere. The rumbling sound of the earth collapsing was deafening. In less than 5 breaths of time, the land within a radius of a few hundred miles had turned into a huge sinkhole. As for the two miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, they were in a stalemate for a moment before spitting out a mouthful of blood and retreating a few hundred feet. Suddenly, a violent wind blew in this area. The dust that filled the sky immediately surged into the sky along with the violent wind. Who are you? Following closely, a sinister voice sounded. The two miss of the Dragon Phoenix house turned their heads to look, only to see that half a mile away, Qin Feiyang was half kneeling on the ground with a dusty face, his injured shoulder bleeding profusely. He actually didn't die? The two miss of the Dragon Phoenix house were surprised. You want to kill me? You don't have the ability yet. Qin Feiyang slowly stood up, like an enraged beast. He stared at the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house who had ambushed him and shouted, "Who exactly are you?" If he hadn't activated the battle character art in time, he might have really died on the spot. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house licked her lips, her eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. Feiyang, are you all right? The other miss of the Dragon Phoenix house quickly ran to Qin Feiyang's side and asked with concern. I'm fine. Chapter 1434. Although this woman looked exactly the same as the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, she was currently filled with hostility. She was completely different from when he first saw her. This meant that this person was very good at disguising himself. However, facing Qin Feiyang's question, the woman kept grinning sinisterly. Her blood-red eyes were like a demon that was choosing people to eat. Not getting an answer for a long time, Qin Feiyang was about to lose his patience. But at this time, the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "If I'm not wrong, she should be a ghost blood ant." Ghost blood ant. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he asked, "Are you talking about the ghost blood ant that is as famous as the ghost snake?" That's right. The Dragon Phoenix house nodded. Qin Feiyang's face immediately darkened. He had read about the ghost blood ant in an ancient book in the Imperial Palace. This ghost blood ant was the same as the ghost snake, born without aura. However, the abilities of the two were different. The ghost snake's ability was to change the color of its skin and confuse one's vision. As for the ghost blood ant's ability, it was to transform. As long as it was a creature it had seen before, it could transform into the other party's appearance. Moreover, whether it was temperament or smell, there was no difference on the surface. The effect was even better than the illusory form pill. In short, the ghost blood ant was a creature that was very good at camouflage. Qin Feiyang calmed down the shock in his heart, turned to look at the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix house and asked, "You saw it just now?" Although the ghost blood ant's ability was heaven-defying, there was a prerequisite. Before transforming, it had seen the target of the transformation. In other words, since the ghost blood ant had transformed into the appearance of the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, it must have seen her before. Yes. Not long ago, it ambushed me. However, I discovered it and it escaped. But I didn't expect to meet you and turn into my appearance to confuse you. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said in disgust. I was careless and didn't see any flaws. Qin Feiyang was also quite vexed. He looked at the ghost blood ant and asked, "How do you know that I know her?" Although the blood spirit ant could transform into the appearance of the Dragon Phoenix house's young mistress, before this, the blood spirit ant did not know that he was acquainted with her. Since they didn't know, how could the blood spectre ant have done it so flawlessly? Firstly, you were the one who spoke to me first. Furthermore, you did not have the slightest bit of malice when you spoke. It's not hard to tell. You two know each other from before. Secondly, there is only one possibility for humans to appear here. The miracle has already begun. You are from the outside world. Outsiders who enter the divine sight are either friends or enemies. Do you still remember what you asked me when you saw me? You're asking me if I'm all right? His words are filled with concern. What does this mean? That means you're friends. The blood ghost ant sneered. I see. I didn't expect you to be so smart. It's a pity that you didn't use the right path. Since your identity has been exposed, then quickly reveal your true self. Let me see what you look like. Qin Feiyang said. Although he had seen the blood ghost ant in ancient books, this was the first time he had seen the real thing. The blood ghost ant scanned the two of them, and its entire body was suddenly filled with dazzling blood light. The blood ghost ant was directly drowned by the blood light. Although Qin Feiyang and the other could not see the situation inside the blood light, they could clearly sense that a terrifying aura was awakening. Bang! The aura became more and more terrifying. The wind howled, setting off a sandstorm. At this moment, the earth began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared one after another. Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, they spread out in all directions. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the other looked at each other and could not help but become vigilant. Bang! In the end, the blood ghost ant's aura suddenly rose to a critical point. This critical point was the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. Not good. It should be the ant monarch. The young mistress of the Dragon Phoenix house's expression changed as she said in a deep voice. Ant monarch. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The ant monarch was more terrifying than ordinary blood ghost ants, because it could command all the blood ghost ants. The fact that you humans have entered this place is a joyous hunt for us. But it's different from outside. Outside, we beasts are the prey, and you humans are the hunters. But here, you humans are the prey, and we beasts are the hunters. Little ones, the hunt begins. The blood ghost ant's voice sounded in the bloodlight. Squeak, squeak. Immediately, the entire plain was drowned by an ear-piercing sound wave. Immediately after, blood-red waves emerged from the cracks on the ground. They were everywhere in all directions. Qin Feiyang and the other looked at this scene and could not help but feel their scalps go numb. There were too many of them. They were all blood ghost ants. Some were only the size of a palm. Some were the size of a pot. Some were the size of a dustpan. There were also many blood ghost ants that were more than 10 meters, dozens of meters, and even hundreds of meters in size. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It was extremely terrifying. They looked very similar to ants. Their entire bodies were blood-red as they swarmed out. The entire ground was trembling and was soon drowned by the blood-red waves. So many. It seems that the blood light I captured earlier was one of them. Qin Feiyang's heart was extremely heavy. It turned out that there were so many blood ghost ants lurking underground. Humans, you didn't expect that there would be a day when you humans would be hunted. The blood light quickly dissipated, and a huge monster appeared in Qin Feiyang and the others' line of sight. It's really an ant queen. The Dragon Phoenix house's young lady's face was as dark as water. This huge monster in front of her was the blood ant that pretended to be her. But compared to the other blood ants, this blood ant was too big. Its body was more than 1,000 feet long, like a huge mountain, standing in front of them, emitting a monstrous aura. The claws under its abdomen were even more terrifying. Each of them was more than 100 feet long, like giant blades, suffused with a dense blood light, revealing a bone-piercing sharpness. So ugly. Using the word ugly to describe you is a bit flattering. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The ant queen was stunned. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was stunned. The blood ghost ants that were swarming over from all directions also stopped in unison and looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. Was this person crazy? He was about to die, and he was still in the mood to criticize? Human, you must pay the price for what you said. Little ones, chop him into 8 pieces for this emperor. After coming back to its senses, the ant queen was furious. It raised its head and roared, its vicious aura soaring into the sky. Squeak, squeak. Immediately, the blood ghost ants from all directions swarmed towards Qin Feiyang and the others' direction. Their strengths were different. There were 9-star war emperors and 8-star war emperors. But without exception, none of the blood ghost ants that appeared now had a cultivation base lower than the War Emperor. In other words, there were hundreds of thousands of Emperor beasts charging towards Qin Feiyang and the others' direction. What are you doing? Do you think the trouble isn't big enough? Do you want to deliberately anger it? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said angrily. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "If we don't anger it, do you think it will let us go just like that? Then do you have any ideas? There are so many blood ghost ants, I can't kill them all. Even if I can kill them all, I will die of exhaustion." Moreover, the Ant Queen is a 9-star War Emperor at the peak realm. The most important thing is, who knows how many more blood ghost ants are hiding underground? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said, "There's always a way out, let's take a look first." Boom. Before he could finish his words, the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was shocked. She hurriedly grabbed Qin Feiyang and retreated. Just as the two of them left, a group of blood ghost ants swarmed out. The leader was the blood ghost ant. It was 50 to 60 feet tall, like a small mountain, and its ferocious aura was monstrous. And its aura had reached the level of a 9-star War Emperor. "Lowly humans, how dare you offend our emperor, kill." The moment the blood ghost ant appeared, it raised its claws and charged towards Qin Feiyang and the other two. The cold light was oppressive. "Scram!" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house shouted. She waved her jade-like hand in the air and her battle chi roared, turning into a huge wave that rolled over. Clang! The moment the battle chi collided with the sharp claws, a deafening metallic sound was heard. Most importantly, facing the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house's all-out attack, the blood ghost ant's claws were not damaged at all. So hard. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was dumbfounded. One had to know. She was also a 9-star War Emperor. You have to use a battle art to hurt it. Qin Feiyang said. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said in a deep voice, "Quickly think of a way, these beasts are stronger than expected, I can't hold on for long." As soon as she finished, she released her aura. Battle chi poured out. Clang! At that moment, sword shadows shot out one after another. In the end, there were a total of 50 sword shadows surrounding the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Each sword shadow was more than 100 feet long. It was as if they were condensed from ice, and cold currents swept in all directions. This world suddenly seemed to have entered a cold winter, and the cold air was bone-piercing. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Why was the battle art that the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was using similar to the Guiyuan sword art? Ice sword art, /. Following the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house's shout, 50 sword shadows cut through the sky, bringing with them a monstrous might as they slashed towards the blood ghost ant. The blood ghost ant did not retreat at all. It raised its claws and slashed towards the sword shadows. Clang! The sword shadows and the sharp claws clashed, creating dazzling sparks. Clang! Suddenly, accompanied by an ear-splitting sound, one of the blood ghost ant's claws broke on the spot. Blood immediately gushed out from the broken part like a fountain. "Human, you deserve to die." The blood ghost ant also let out a painful howl. Its huge body directly jumped up from the ground, and then pounced towards the 50 sword shadows and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. The dozens of claws under its abdomen waved crazily, like a meat grinder. Humph! Sword art returned to 1. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house snorted coldly. The 50 sword shadows suddenly merged together, transforming into a 1,000-feet-long sword shadow. Ooh! A cold wind blew. Frost appeared. The sharpness was even greater than before. Chapter 1435. I'll take your life with one strike. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion stared coldly at the ghost blood ant. The cold air emitted from her entire body was even more terrifying than the sword shadow. Clang! The sword shadow tore through the air as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. With a peerless sharpness, it slashed towards the ghost blood ant. Clang! Immediately, blood light surged. The ghost blood ant let out a wail and was directly split into 2 halves by the sword shadow. Blood flowed down like a waterfall, dyeing the ground red. Following closely, the sword shadow did not stop at all as it slashed towards the ant tide that was crazily surging forward. With a loud bang, the ground in front of him was instantly split open by the sword, creating a huge crack in the abyss. Large numbers of ghost blood ants were buried under the terrifying sword chi. The blood on the ground was like a stream, gurgling and flowing. But the dead ghost blood ants were nothing to the entire ant colony. It wasn't even an exaggeration. These ghost blood ants that died under the sword shadow were probably only 1% of the total. One could imagine how many ghost blood ants were there on the plains. Looking at the densely packed and endless ant tide, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's heart sank to the extreme. She asked, "Have you thought of a way?" "There's nothing I can do." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "After thinking for a long time, this is the answer you're going to give me?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion glared at him angrily. Her battle chi surged out, turning into a frost storm that roared in all directions. Wherever the storm passed, a cold current swept across the ground. All the ghost blood ants were frozen by the ice. Following that, she waved her hand again. As the ice shattered, the blood ghost ants trapped within the ice mountain also shattered into pieces. In the blink of an eye, another large group of ghost blood ants died. This woman's methods are indeed not simple, Qin Feiyang muttered. However, there wasn't much point in doing so. This was because there were even more blood ghost ants pouncing on them. "Don't you have an ancient castle?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said anxiously as she fought with the ants. "The castle can't fly here," Qin Feiyang said. "Can't fly?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was stunned and asked, "Then what should we do? If this continues, I'll be exhausted to death sooner or later." Qin Feiyang said, "The only way is to kill our way out." "Kill our way out?" When the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's miss heard this, she could not help glaring at him. There were so many blood specter ants, and many of them were 9-star battle emperors. Furthermore, there was an ant emperor eyeing them from the side. It would be strange if they could kill their way out. Qin Feiyang said, "Trust me, we definitely can." Seeing the confidence on Qin Feiyang's face, the people from Longfeng Pavilion calmed down. "I need a lot of fresh blood. Slaughter begin." Qin Feiyang scanned the surrounding ant tide. Suddenly his aura changed drastically, and a monstrous killing intent surged out. At the same time, a bloody kill character appeared between his eyebrows. That was right. It was the kill symbol art. As soon as the word kill appeared, a violent wind suddenly blew in this world. The blood on the ground turned into rivers of blood that flooded the sky and flowed into the space between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. Boom! Qin Feiyang's cultivation instantly soared to 5-star battle emperor. So that's how it is. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's miss came to a realization and attacked even more fiercely. Various battle arts continuously evolved, emitting a world-destroying aura. Woo! Squeak squeak. The blood specter ants that were crazily swarming died one after another. Not a single drop of blood was left, all absorbed by the kill character between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. Boom! His cultivation soared once again. 6-star battle emperor. What's going on? The ant emperor looked at Qin Feiyang, its huge eyes filled with shock. Previously he was fine after being hit by its palm. Now, his cultivation had broken through consecutively. Why was this human's performance so unbelievable? Another dozen breaths passed. Blood gathered into a river. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's entire body was drowned in blood. The killing intent emitted from his body was even more shocking. Boom! His cultivation had once again soared to 7-star battle emperor. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, the ant emperor made a strange sound. Seeing Qin Feiyang's change, it couldn't help but feel uneasy. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's miss looked at it in shock. The next moment, a surprising scene appeared. The ant tide that was surging from all directions suddenly stopped and burrowed into the ground without looking back. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the blood specter ants on the plain were gone. What is it doing? Could it be that it was frightened by Qin Feiyang's aura and is preparing to escape? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Miss frowned. But very soon, her imagination was swallowed up by reality. The blood spectre ants had basically all burrowed into the ground, but there was still a portion left on the plain. There should be more than 2,000 of them. But, although there were only more than 2,000 blood spectre ants now, each blood spectre ant was 50 to 60 feet in size. They were like small mountains, waving their sharp claws, looking incomparably ferocious. And the blood spectre ants of this size were all 9-star battle emperors without exception. In other words, the Ant Emperor had already seen that Qin Feiyang's sudden increase in cultivation was related to blood, so it dismissed those weak blood spectre ants, leaving only these powerful subordinates. In this way, the two of them would no longer be able to kill wantonly. Without killing, there would be no blood. Without blood, Qin Feiyang's kill formula would not have much effect. To be able to see through the kill formula so quickly, one had to admit that the Ant Emperor was really smart. The Ant Emperor looked at the two of them and smiled contemptuously. It waved its claws and shouted, "Kill them for me!" Swoosh! The 2,000-plus blood spectre ants immediately moved on the plain. Although they were very big, their speed was extremely fast. Even Qin Feiyang could only catch their shadows. In less than 5 breaths, more than 2,000 blood spectre ants formed a circle, surrounding Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor in the center. Boom! Following closely, the ferocious aura of a 9-star emperor beast erupted in unison. Waves of blood qi rushed out from their bodies, turning into a blood-colored sea. With a destructive aura, it pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor in the center. The ground cracked crazily, and dust flew everywhere. Seeing this, the heart of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house sank to the bottom. One had to know. These were more than 2,000 9-star emperor beasts. Even a 9-star war emperor at the peak realm would die in the face of such a bombardment, let alone her. She looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's entire body was still drowned in blood, and she couldn't see what he was doing at all. Although the other blood spectre ants had already retreated, there were too many blood spectre ants that had died at the hands of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. In a short while, Qin Feiyang was still unable to absorb all the blood. The blood-colored sea roared in the air, its baleful aura covering the sky and the earth. Just the baleful aura alone caused the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house to feel as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Her delicate body trembled, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in her heart. Drag it out a little longer. Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly came out from the blood. Heard of it? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house gritted her teeth, and waves of cold air continuously emerged from her body. Li water scripture, first move, weak water. She waved her hands, and the cold air around her immediately surged up, turning into waves of water that pounced towards the blood-colored sea. Crash! Boom! The waves surged into the sky, slapping the air and emitting a shocking divine might. Obviously, this Li water scripture was a divine art. Once the divine art was out, who could compete with it? The waves rolled forward with unstoppable force. The blood-colored sea continued to collapse, and the bodies of the 2,000 blood spectre ants in the surroundings were also trembling. Squeak, squeak. Finally, accompanied by wails, more than 2,000 blood spectre ants flew out in unison, spitting out blood from their mouths. It works. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was surprised. Originally, she thought that the divine art might not be a match for it. This was because there were too many blood spectre ants on the other side, but she didn't expect that the result would be so easy to destroy. In an instant, her confidence soared. Her slender jade-like finger pointed in the air, and the roaring waves in the air became even more turbulent and ferocious, pouncing towards the blood spectre ants. Squeak! But at this moment, the Ant Queen let out that strange sound again. The 2,000 blood spectre ants that were sent flying immediately became spirited and stabilized their huge bodies. Immediately, a bloody light swept out from the top of their heads. More than 2,000 streaks of bloody light soared into the sky and quickly intertwined. Clang! In the next moment, A huge, sharp claw appeared in the sky. The sharp claw was curved and could be thousands of feet long. It was completely blood-red, like the scythe of a death god, its sharpness tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. Seeing the appearance of this sharp claw, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house's expression changed, and her previous confidence disappeared. This was because this sharp claw actually carried a strong divine might. Human, don't underestimate us blood spectre ants. As long as we unite, the strength we can unleash will exceed your imagination. The Ant Queen sneered. Die, you ant! The 2,000+ blood spectre ants also roared in unison. Their sharp claws carried a peerless sharpness as they descended from the sky and smashed into the waves. Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The waves immediately exploded and dissipated into nothingness. Then, the sharp claw tore through the sky, creating an ear-piercing sound as it flew towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. At this moment, even the void was distorted. With the divine art broken, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was deathly pale. She stared at the sharp claw, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She suddenly roared, "Lee Water Sutra, second move, shocking waves." The cold air appeared once again, turning into a huge wave that rolled out. Boom! The moment the two met, the world trembled. A world-destroying wave of air crazily rolled out in all directions, and the land within 1,000 miles fell. Qin Feiyang also immediately swept up the blood around his body and entered the ancient castle. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was once again severely injured. Blood spurted out of her anger, and her face was completely pale. The 2,000+ blood spectre ants were also trembling. It was very obvious. The second move of the Lee Water Sutra, shocking waves, was a level stronger than the first move, weak water. It's only so. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house sneered. Is that so? The Ant Queen cackled, and a monstrous blood light suddenly rushed out from her 1,000 feet tall body. It streaked across the sky and fused with the sharp claw. Boom! The sharp claw suddenly shook in the air as if it had been injected with chicken blood, releasing a divine might that was even more terrifying than before. At the same time, the sharp claw expanded crazily, as if a peerless, ferocious creature was awakening. At this moment, Chapter 1436. Finally, the sharp claws that were originally thousands of feet long directly expanded to more than 10,000 feet, and their sharpness could destroy the world. The stalemate that had been going on all this time also collapsed at this moment. The raging waves that were blocking the sharp claws continued to collapse. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion also kept retreating, blood gushing out of her mouth. Waves were surging in his heart. It was just a group of beasts. How could they unleash such terrifying battle prowess? The creatures in this miracle could not be looked at with ordinary eyes. Let's see if you can still survive this time. The Ant Emperor laughed sinisterly and waved his claws in the air. That sharp claw shattered the second move like a hot knife through butter and mercilessly charged towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion. Before it even got close, that terrifying aura came crashing down. The ground beneath the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion cracked inch by inch. That astonishing pressure made the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion panic. Lee Water Scripture's third move, Black Water. She gritted her teeth and once again evolved the divine art. The cold ice aura surged, and waves of water appeared once again. But what was different from before was that the water that appeared now was actually black, like ink. However, the destructive power emitted by this black water was several times greater than before. Crash! The black water was like a torrent as it aggressively collided with the sharp claws. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the two of them were in a stalemate in the air again. They were evenly matched. What? The Ant Emperor was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion to have such a powerful move. But soon after, its eyes were filled with disdain, as if it was looking at ants. Little ones, come out for this emperor. It let out a long howl. Crack, squeak, squeak. Immediately, the earth shattered. The ghost blood ants that had sneaked into the ground earlier once again rushed out from the cracks. They were densely packed and innumerable. As soon as they appeared, they were led by the 2009 Star War Emperor ghost blood ants. Waves of blood chi rushed out from their bodies and continuously surged towards the sharp claws. Boom! The sharp claws began to grow larger again, and their ferocious might became stronger. The black water was already showing signs of collapsing. These damned beasts, are they done yet? Even with the temperament of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young lady, she could not help but feel angry and aggrieved at this moment. Lowly human, you can slowly taste despair. The Ant Queen laughed heartily. Like a king, she looked down at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. With the continuous addition of blood chi, the aura of the sharp claws became more and more terrifying. Boom! All of a sudden, the black water dispersed. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion spat out another mouthful of blood. There was a sense of weakness between her brows that could not be dispersed. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to endure the continuous heavy injuries. You've completely pissed me off. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a shocking light. Frost chi poured out like a waterfall, going against the flow and rushing into the sky. While the next moment, a vast ocean appeared in the sky above the plain. But the strange thing was, the other half was black water. Half of it was clear cold water. Other than the fact that it was a little cold, it was no different from normal seawater. As the wind roared, huge waves rose from both sides, covering the sky. Lightning of water. At this moment, the gaze of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion became incomparably sharp, like the edge of a blade. As her voice fell, the black water and the frigid water suddenly blended together. Kacha! Boom! Immediately, a miraculous scene appeared. The two types of seawater intertwined and actually turned into streaks of black and white lightning power. The sound of thunder resounded through the heavens and the earth. And every bolt of lightning contained a divine might that could destroy the heavens and the earth. All of you be destroyed. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion raised her head and roared. Her clothes fluttered and her black hair danced wildly. She was like an ice fairy that had descended to the world. Kacha! Immediately, the power of thunder and lightning that roared in the sky was like the curtain of the Milky Way, pouring down in torrents. Before the power of thunder and lightning landed, some of the weaker blood ghost ants screamed miserably. Under that terrifying divine might, their bodies exploded, and blood splattered in all directions. Emperor, her divine art is too powerful. I'm afraid we're not her match. The more than 2009 Star War Emperor blood ghost ants couldn't help but look at the Ant Emperor worriedly. Don't panic. We still have countless companions. As long as we work together, even if she has heaven-defying abilities, she won't be able to escape death today. Brats below, quickly support this Emperor. The Ant Emperor roared. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled violently. Streams of blood chi continued to shatter the ground and rushed out from the depths of the ground. There were millions of them. If one were to look down from the sky now, they would definitely be stunned by this shocking scene. The entire plain was enveloped by blood chi, and all the blood chi was rushing towards the sharp claws. The sharp claws grew bigger and bigger. 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 4,000 feet. In the end, it exceeded 5,000 feet. It was like a huge mountain in the sky in front of the Ant Emperor. That monstrous ferocious aura had increased by several times. No matter how you struggle, you're destined to become a delicious meal in this Emperor's mouth today. The Ant Emperor looked down at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Its fierce eyes were suffused with a bloodthirsty light. The other blood ghost ants also flashed with a fierce light and laughed sinisterly. Clang! As the Ant Emperor waved its claws, the sharp claws immediately rushed into the sky and faced the power of thunder and lightning. Kacha! Clang! The power of thunder and lightning crazily bombarded the sharp claws. Gradually, traces of cracks appeared on the sharp claws. However, the power of thunder and lightning immediately dissipated when it hit the sharp claws. How could this be? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's weak face was filled with disbelief. Even the fourth move of the Li Water True Scripture was unable to break the killing move of these beasts. She suddenly lowered her head to look at the ground. Just how many blood spectre ants were hidden underground? Kacha! With the last loud sound, all the power of thunder and lightning was annihilated. The sharp claws were also shattered. However, with the continuous influx of blood chi, the broken parts were all repaired in less than 3 breaths. The aura it emitted was once again restored to its peak state. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. If it was repaired so quickly, didn't that mean that the previous battle was meaningless? She was already covered in wounds. How could she face this group of terrifying creatures? However, she was really unwilling to lose her life as soon as she entered the divine ruins. Qin Feiyang, what are you doing, you bastard? If you don't come out to help, just wait to collect my corpse. She roared angrily. Even if that human comes out, to me, he is just a delicious meal. The Ant Emperor laughed sinisterly and waved his claws. The sharp claws immediately soared into the sky and charged straight towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Everyone is a delicious meal in your eyes. Are you that hungry? But at this moment, a playful voice suddenly sounded. Following closely, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air in front of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his killing intent soared into the sky, as if a god of death had returned. And the arm that was previously shattered had already been reborn. The Ant Emperor sized up Qin Feiyang, his pupils constricting. He had actually broken through to the 8-star War Emperor. What kind of heaven-defying divine art did this person master? However, a mere 8-star War Emperor was nothing. The Ant Emperor laughed mockingly, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "That's right, this emperor is too hungry, because it has been too long since I tasted the flesh and blood of you humans." Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion behind him, and said, "I'm sorry to have made you wait. Why did you only break through to the 8-star War Emperor?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion frowned. "The blood just now was only enough for me to stack my cultivation to the 8-star War Emperor." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. "Then what should we do?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately panicked. Even she, a 9-star War Emperor, was no match for the Ant Emperor, let alone Qin Feiyang, who was only an 8-star War Emperor. "What should we do?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the Ant Emperor and the surrounding blood ghost ants. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he said, "Even if it's just an 8-star War Emperor, it's enough to kill them all." Boom. As soon as he finished, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, the divine dragon seal instantly appeared out of nowhere, and its mighty divine might shook the surroundings. Divine art? The Ant Emperor was slightly stunned. He looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and said contemptuously, "You'd better tell him now that it's impossible for the divine art to defeat me, not to mention that he's only an 8-star War Emperor. Don't waste your energy." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was silent as she stared at the divine dragon seal. Her heart was filled with great confidence towards the divine dragon technique. Qin Feiyang also turned a deaf ear. He raised his hand and waved gently. The divine dragon seal immediately expanded in the wind and rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it grew to thousands of feet. It was like a meteorite, emitting a monstrous might. The sharp claws also came down. Boom! The two colossal creatures collided with a loud bang. The divine dragon seal shattered on the spot, and the purple-gold divine light illuminated the sky. A trace of blood also flowed out from the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth. But at the same time, the sharp claws also broke with a crack. The Ant Emperor was dumbfounded. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was in high spirits. Although the sharp claws were not directly shattered, one had to know that Qin Feiyang was only an 8-star War Emperor now. If it was a 9-star War Emperor, he would definitely be able to crush them easily. This also proved that the divine dragon technique could completely defeat these blood spectre ants. This was because the second and third forms of the divine dragon technique were more powerful than the first form. It also proved that the divine dragon technique's level was higher than her Li water scripture. It seems that I've underestimated you. But it doesn't matter because no matter what you do, you can't completely destroy it. The Ant Emperor, who came back to his senses, smiled contemptuously at Qin Feiyang. Blood chi surged and crazily rushed into the sharp claws. Clang. The sharp claws that were broken in two immediately began to repair. This is a little interesting. Qin Feiyang looked at the sharp claws curiously. Even though Zhang Xian had no idea how the claw came to be, he could tell from its current appearance that it was a god artifact. Strictly speaking, it was even more terrifying than a divine artifact. This was because divine artifacts were divided into grades and grades. With grades, there was a limit. However, this sharp claws did not have a limit. The more blood spectre ants there were, the stronger their overall cultivation, and the greater its power. There was no limit to it. It could be said that this kind of creature was favored by the heavens and envied by others. In the blink of an eye. Chapter 1437. You've been arrogant for so long. It's time to shut you up. Qin Feiyang murmured. Boom. His aura changed drastically. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were filled with blood-red light. He looked like a demon god. Seeing this, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house narrowed her eyes and quickly retreated. At this moment, Qin Feiyang gave her a great sense of danger. Supreme Emperor! Qin Feiyang roared. A statue suddenly appeared above his head. Purple-gold divine light illuminated the sky. At the same time, a terrifying emperor's aura spread out in all directions with the statue as the center. At this moment, all the blood spirit ants could not help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. In front of the Qin Emperor, all are ants. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. His voice was like a bell, shaking the heavens and earth. Clang. The statue immediately raised the broken sword in his hand. The broken sword shone brightly, releasing a world-destroying sharpness. Clang. The sword fell. The sharp claws immediately broke. Then they cracked. Finally, accompanied by a deafening sound, the broken claws shattered into pieces in the void, turning into blood chi and dissipating between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the Ant Queen spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the more than 2,000 nine-star combat emperors also staggered back. Their eyes were filled with weakness. As for the other blood ghost ants, the backlash they suffered was even greater. Some of the weaker blood spirit ants even exploded and died on the spot. Blood splattered across the sky. The blood spirit ants in the depths of the ground were not spared either. They all suffered a serious backlash. This piece of land was instantly drowned in blood. The smell of blood was pungent. How is this possible? The Ant Queen muttered to herself. Isn't this completely destroyed? What's so difficult about it? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. An even more terrifying murderous aura rushed out from between his eyebrows. The Ant Queen hurriedly looked over. The word kill between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows was emitting a boundless blood-red light. The blood on the ground flowed continuously. Boom! In less than 3 breaths, Qin Feiyang's cultivation rose once again and broke through to the 9-star combat emperor realm. This, the Ant Emperor was dumbfounded. The other blood spectre ants were also dumbfounded. Following closely, their hearts were shrouded by a strong sense of unease. You will step into the abyss of despair. Just like how you dealt with my companions earlier. Qin Feiyang stomped on the ground, and with the help of the penetrating force, he leaped several hundred feet high. Although they couldn't fly here, they could still jump. The kill symbol formula was still absorbing blood, and his cultivation was still growing bit by bit. At this moment, he was like a falcon that flashed towards the Ant Emperor like a bolt of lightning. You're courting death. The Ant Queen was enraged. It raised the claws under its abdomen and slashed toward Qin Feiyang. A little ant dares to be arrogant in front of me? Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and punched out with his bare hand. Clang! The claw shattered on the spot. The Ant Emperor let loose a howl of agony as its massive body flew through the air. What kind of monster is he? He's actually so strong. Seeing this scene, the ants were incomparably shocked. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was also dumbfounded. A single punch had shattered the Ant Emperor's sharp claws, and it was even a bare-handed collision. When did this guy's physical fitness and strength become so terrifying? The massacre has officially begun. Qin Feiyang landed on the ground, scanned the ants around him, and suddenly grinned. The ants immediately became chaotic. The smile on Qin Feiyang's face, in their eyes, was like the smile of a devil, causing them to instinctively feel panic. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang used the phantom step and instantly landed in front of a 9-star War Emperor's blood spectre ant and punched it. A miserable howl. That blood spectre ant died on the spot. All the blood was absorbed by the kill symbol formula. So fast. Everyone run. The ant colony immediately fell into chaos. Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously and waved his hands. Divine might erupted. An invisible force roared out. The 4 moves of the void returning art: landslide, earth splitting, sky splitting, and void returning instantly appeared. Now is the time for you to truly despair. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he waved his hand. The 4 god arts immediately broke through the air like 4 meteorites. Divine might shook the sky and blasted towards the north, south, east, and west directions. Boom. Crack. The ground suddenly cracked, and ravines appeared everywhere. A large number of blood spectre ants, without any room to resist, were directly turned into ashes. Boom. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang's aura skyrocketed once again. 9-star War Emperor, Peak Realm. The Ant Emperor roared. The swarm of ants immediately scrambled to escape into the ground. Eclipse. Mystic Moon. Eclipse of the moon. Qin Feiyang said coldly. The 3 god arts appeared, and the mighty divine might shook this world. Oh my god! How does he have so many god arts? The Ant Emperor's eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. A sense of despair arose in his heart. A casual wave of his hand and a god art appeared. How was he going to play this game? Rumble. The 3 god arts blasted towards 3 different directions, and a large number of blood spectre ants died on the spot. Don't kill them. I beg you, let them go. The Ant Emperor's body and mind trembled as he hurriedly shouted at Qin Feiyang. Weren't you very arrogant just now? However, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the 4 moves of the void returning art, the 3 moves of eclipse of the sun and moon were instantly displayed. The 7 god arts floated above Qin Feiyang's head, exuding divine might. The void was violently distorted, and the ground was crazily collapsing. It was like the scene of the end of the world. No, the Ant Emperor murmured, and his heart was completely drowned in despair. He had never thought that this ant-like 4-star combat emperor would not only forcefully break through to the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm, but also master so many god arts. If he had known earlier, he would not have dared to be so presumptuous. The 7 god arts roared in the sky, and the surrounding 1,000 miles were shrouded in divine might. Those blood spectre ants that had not yet burrowed into the ground uncontrollably, and their hearts were filled with fear. I beg you, don't kill them. The Ant Emperor rushed to Qin Feiyang at lightning speed, and with a plop, he lay on the ground and begged, as long as you don't kill them, I am willing to do anything. No need. Qin Feiyang shook his head, and his expression was ruthless and cold. I am very familiar with this place, and I will definitely be of help to you. If you really insist on killing us, we will not sit still and wait for death. You should know that if we self-destruct together, even if you have heaven-defying abilities, you will not be able to escape death. The Ant Emperor did not give up and continued to beg with a trace of threat. Then why don't you try self-destructing? Qin Feiyang sneered. Back in the Endless Sea, even the self-destruction of Yiglao, a fake god, was unable to harm the ancient castle, let alone a group of war emperors. Do you really want to do this? The Ant Emperor slowly crawled up, his blood-red eyes filled with madness. Qin Feiyang looked at it coldly. But at this moment, the mists of the Dragon Phoenix house rushed over and stopped Qin Feiyang. Did you almost die in its hands just now? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. I know. But now we do need it. For example, the problem of water sources must be solved as soon as possible. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and fell silent, his brows tightly knitted. Water source? The Ant Emperor's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I know where the water source is. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, Where? The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house also looked at it expectantly. The Ant Emperor said, The water source is located in the northeast direction. It's a bit far from here, I can bring you there. Northeast direction, isn't that the direction of the white-eyed wolf? Qin Feiyang muttered. He looked at the Ant Emperor and said, I can let you go, but you have to sign a slave seal with me first. Slave seal? He was doubtful. It's a divine art that can control your soul. If you dare to go against me, I only need a thought to wipe out your soul. Qin Feiyang said. What? The Ant Emperor's eyes trembled. In this way, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving his life to this human? You have no choice. If you sign the slave seal, you can either die. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house said. The Ant Emperor's body trembled, and he hurriedly nodded. All right, I agree, but when you leave, you have to help me remove the slave seal. Sure. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded. The Ant Emperor said, Then tell me, what should I do? Qin Feiyang said, First, cripple your own cultivation. Cripple my cultivation? The Ant Emperor was stunned. These two couldn't be playing tricks on him, right? First, they would lie to it and make it cripple its own cultivation. Then, they would be able to kill it as easily as blowing off dust. It wouldn't even have the chance to self-destruct. Qin Feiyang said impatiently, I don't want to waste my breath, hurry up and decide. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at the Ant Emperor and said, Right now, you can only choose to believe us, because even if you self-destruct, you won't be able to pose any threat to us. Seeing how confident the mists of the Dragon Phoenix house was, the Ant Emperor gritted his teeth and directly crippled his sea of qi. Qin Feiyang also immediately dispersed the divine art, and then formed a seal. A slave seal instantly appeared, and rushed into the Ant Emperor's head. Oh! The Ant Emperor immediately howled miserably, rolling on the ground, and roared, You humans really can't be trusted. But very quickly, the pain in its mind disappeared. What's going on? He turned around and crawled up, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Qin Feiyang said, The slave seal has been completed, quickly consume the spirit sea pill and repair the sea of qi. It's already completed? The Ant Emperor was stunned. Why didn't it feel any change? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and secretly activated the slave seal. The Ant Emperor immediately lay on the ground again, screaming in pain. The aura of death assaulted his face. When Qin Feiyang stopped channeling the slave seal, the intense pain instantly disappeared. How do you feel now? Qin Feiyang looked at it mockingly. The Ant Emperor hurriedly got up and said with a flattering smile, Don't worry, I will definitely serve you honestly in the future. That's for the best. Time is of the essence. Quickly consume the spirit sea pill. Qin Feiyang said. Spirit sea pill? The Ant Emperor was slightly startled and asked, Are you talking about the kind of pill that can repair the sea of qi? Qin Feiyang nodded. I don't have one. Chapter 1438. No. Qin Feiyang and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at each other. The Ant Emperor smiled bitterly and said, Look here, there's not even a blade of grass. How can there be pills? That's not right. Since ancient times, many people have entered the divine ruins. Haven't you obtained any pills? Qin Feiyang said. There must be. However, the divine ruins only open once every 10,000 years. The pills obtained are not enough for us. The Ant Emperor said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded, took out a spirit sea pill, and threw it to the Ant Emperor. The Ant Emperor looked at the spirit sea pill in surprise. It actually had 6 pill patterns? It looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, Did you refine it? Qin Feiyang nodded. Not to mention 6 pill patterns, he could even refine 7 pill patterns now. Amazing. You must be a big shot in the outside world. The Ant Emperor said in admiration and swallowed the Spirit Sea pill. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a majestic energy that surged into his energy sea. His energy sea immediately began to repair. Big shot? Qin Feiyang was stunned, then he shook his head and smiled. This guy was quite cute. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house also smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang. Did you forget something? What? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. Think about it yourself. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned and lowered his head to ponder for a moment. Suddenly, he slapped his head and finally remembered that he hadn't removed the slave seal for the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. He didn't hesitate and immediately removed the slave seal for the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Seeing Qin Feiyang so straightforward, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was also surprised. I thought you would take the opportunity to negotiate with me. What kind of person am I? You and your mother didn't pursue the matter of me snatching the divine crystal. Whether you believe it or not, I'm grateful in my heart. How can I repay kindness with evil? Qin Feiyang said unhappily. So you're saying that I'm gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion laughed. You're not a villain. You're a woman. Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. The Longfeng pavilion's young lady's face turned black as she said angrily, Are you seeking death? You even dare to take liberties with me? So what if I teased you? Qin Feiyang waved his hand disdainfully. How is it? The miss of the Longfeng pavilion muttered. The corners of her mouth gradually curled up into a teasing smile as she muttered, Little fellow, you'll know in the future. Immediately after, she gathered her thoughts and asked, Where are we going next? Looking for the white-eyed wolf. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the Ant Emperor and said, Prepare to set off immediately. If you have any instructions, go and tell them quickly. All right. The Ant Queen nodded her huge head and ran to the side. She called a few 9-star combat Emperor Blood Ghost ants and whispered to them. Not long later, the few 9-star combat Emperor Blood Ghost ants suddenly raised their heads and roared. All of the Blood Ghost ants immediately burrowed into the ground. Emperor, take care. We'll wait for your return. After exhorting the Ant Emperor, the few 9-star combat Emperor Blood Ghost ants also burrowed into a crack in the abyss and disappeared. To think that this emperor, with such a noble bloodline, would actually be reduced to being the subordinate of a human. How sad. The Ant Emperor sighed deeply, turned around and ran to Qin Feiyang, and said flatteringly, We can set off now. Qin Feiyang did not answer, and looked at the Ant Emperor from head to toe. Why are you looking at me? The Ant Emperor was suspicious. Qin Feiyang suddenly shook his head, and said indifferently, I really don't know. How is your bloodline noble? How do you know what I'm thinking? The Ant Emperor was bewildered. Qin Feiyang did not answer. He leaped up and landed on the Ant Emperor's back. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house also jumped up and stood beside Qin Feiyang. She secretly laughed. Why don't you tell it that you can peek into its inner thoughts? If I tell it, won't I be unable to know what it's really thinking? Qin Feiyang secretly replied, then waved his hand and said, Let's go. The Ant Emperor ran towards the northeast with a stomach full of suspicions. With its enormous body, it was like a heavy-duty motorcycle. Wherever it went, the earth trembled and rumbled. However, right now, its qi had not recovered, so its speed was relatively slow. Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged on the back of the Ant Emperor and consumed a battle chi pill to recover his lost battle chi. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was also recuperating. The scorching high temperature roasted the earth. Both of them were drenched in sweat. Especially after the previous battle, the water in their bodies was severely lacking. Their lips were already dry and cracked. Especially the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, and some parts of her body were stuck to her skin. But now, Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He only wanted to find a water source as soon as possible and soak in it comfortably for a while. After the Ant Emperor's Chi-Si was repaired, although it was unable to fly, its speed was as fast as lightning. About half an hour passed. The end of the plains finally appeared in front of them. Qin Feiyang stood up and looked up, only to see that outside the plains, there was an endless mountain range. Mountain streams rose and fell. There were giant peaks that were thousands of feet tall. There were mountain ridges that were hundreds of miles long. But without exception, the mountains were the same as the plains. Not a single blade of grass grew on the dry and cracked earth, causing people to stop in their tracks. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Ant Emperor, has it never rained here before?" But it's very rare to encounter one. To be able to rain once every 8 or 10 years, to the living beings of this continent, it is already a blessing from the heavens. The Ant Emperor said. "Then how do you survive?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. "On one hand, we are already used to this kind of harsh environment. On the other hand, we all live underground because it's cooler underground. Not only us ghost blood ants, but also the creatures of other places. As for places with water sources," at this point, the Ant Emperor fell silent, a deep sense of fear appearing in his eyes. "Continue speaking," Qin Feiyang said. The Ant Emperor sighed. "Places with water sources are usually guarded by powerful berserk beasts. They occupy the water sources and do not allow any living beings to approach them. If anyone dares to force their way in, they will definitely die." "So domineering?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Then what kind of berserk beast is guarding the water source that you are bringing us to?" "It's a ferocious crocodile," the Ant Emperor said. "How is your cultivation?" Qin Feiyang said. 9-star War Emperor Peak Realm, the Ant Emperor said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Aren't you also a 9-star War Emperor Peak Realm? Are you still not its match?" "If I could beat it, I would have already occupied the water source. That crocodile is very scary. Not only is it very strong, it also has a holy artifact. No living being can hurt it," the Ant Emperor said powerlessly. From its tone, it seemed that it had suffered a lot in front of that crocodile in the past. "Holy artifact." Qin Feiyang looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. A berserk beast actually had a holy artifact? What an inconceivable thing this was. He didn't expect that just as he entered the divine ruins, he would actually receive news of a holy artifact. Qin Feiyang asked, "How far are we from the water source?" No matter how strong that crocodile was, he was determined to obtain that holy artifact. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house also became excited. The Ant Emperor thought for a moment and said, "Leaving the plains and passing through the mountain range in front of us is the location of the water source. It is estimated to be more than 20,000 miles away." "That's not very far," Qin Feiyang muttered and shouted, "Speed up." The Ant Emperor nodded, waved the claws under its abdomen, and flew towards the mountain range. Rumble. Dong dong. Its body was simply too huge. No matter where it went, the mountains would shake and the earth would shake. Rustle rustle. At the junction of the plains and the mountain range, there was a 50 to 60 meter tall mountain ridge. At this moment, a group of black spiders was climbing up the mountain ridge from below. But they were different from ordinary spiders. They were very big. The smallest was comparable to a wash basin. The biggest one was several meters long. They gathered on top of the mountain ridge, forming a black mass. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor from afar, their long and narrow eyes flickered with a cold light. As they got closer, Qin Feiyang and the other two also noticed those black spiders. "What the hell is this?" the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house exclaimed, her scalp going numb. "It seems to be the ghost magic spider?" Qin Feiyang carefully sized him up and said with a frown, "They are the ghost magic spider," the Ant Emperor said. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other, their expressions becoming serious. Because this was another creature that was as famous as the ghost snake. Moreover, the ghost magic spider, like the ghost snake and the ghost blood ant, also had an extraordinary ability. That was the spider silk they spat out. This kind of spider silk was very thin, but extremely tough. It also carried a strong poison that could numb the nerves of people, including fierce beasts. At first glance, there was nothing to be curious about. After all, there were many poisonous insects or poisonous beasts that had this ability. However, the venom of these poisonous insects and poisonous beasts was far inferior to the ghost magic spider. It could even be said that there was a difference between heaven and earth between the two. No matter who it was, as long as it was a creature of the same realm, once it touched the ghost magic spider's venom, its entire body would instantly enter a state of paralysis. Watch carefully. It was not the same realm, but the same realm. In other words, if there was a 1-star War Emperor's ghost magic spider in front of you, then even if you were a 9-star War Emperor, you would be instantly paralyzed. Unless your cultivation had already surpassed the War Emperor. Its ability was actually very similar to the White-Eyed Wolf's innate ability, and could be said to be unsolvable. You don't have to worry. I have a good relationship with the Spider Emperor. As long as I tell it later, it will immediately let us go. Just as the two of them were worried, the Ant Emperor's voice sounded from beneath their feet. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house asked, "Really? We ghost blood ants and their ghost magic spider have been entrenched here for generations. Our relationship is so good that we are like brothers." The Ant Emperor laughed proudly. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house was immediately overjoyed. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and secretly laughed. "Listen to me, right? If you had killed it just now, then we would definitely be facing a difficult and bloody battle right now." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Chapter 1439. The densely packed demon ghost spiders were lying on the mountain ridge. Their appearance of baring their fangs and brandishing their claws made one's scalp go numb. The Ant Emperor carried Qin Feiyang and ran to the bottom of the mountain ridge and said proudly, "Quickly go and inform your emperor that an old friend has come to visit." "Just you wait." One of the demon ghost spiders glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then turned around and quickly disappeared. Not long after, boom, a terrifying might erupted from the depths of the mountain range. Following closely, the earth began to shake violently, and the giant peaks of the mountains were also shaking. It was as if a huge monster was walking towards them. About 100 breaths passed. A giant spider gradually appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor. Its body was over 100 feet long, and its entire body was pitch black. It was filled with an astonishing amount of hostility, and the dozen or so claws below its abdomen were like sickles, emitting a bone-piercing sharpness. The Ant Emperor waved his claws and laughed. "Old brother, we haven't seen each other in a while. How have you been?" The Spider Emperor did not reply. His fierce gaze turned as he sized up Qin Feiyang and the others. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said in a low voice, "This guy's cultivation is the same as the Ant Emperor's, a 9-star War Emperor at the peak of the realm." Qin Feiyang nodded. He had not closed the kill formula yet, so he could see through the Spider Emperor's cultivation with a glance. A cold light flashed past the Spider Emperor's eyes as he looked at the Ant Emperor and said in a deep voice, "Why did you bring 2 humans here and let them ride on your body?" "It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly after this." The Ant Emperor sighed helplessly. The Spider Emperor looked meaningfully at Qin Feiyang and the others, and asked the Ant Emperor, "Do you need help?" No. I'm willing to do it." The Ant Emperor quickly waved his claws and laughed. "Now, I'm going to bring them to find a water source. Brother, please make an exception." "Find a water source." The Spider Emperor's pupils shrank as he said angrily, "Don't you know that the water source is guarded by that damned crocodile? You still want to bring them there? Do you want to die?" The Ant Emperor replied, "I'm only responsible for leading the way for them. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Listening to the conversation between the two beasts, it could be confirmed that their relationship was indeed not ordinary. "You really don't need any help?" the Spider Emperor asked again. Even though the Ant Emperor said that it was willing to do so, it felt like the Ant Emperor was forced to do so. No need. The Ant Emperor hurriedly shook his head. "All right, since you don't need it, I won't meddle in other people's business. Little ones, make way." The Spider Emperor shouted. The fiend spirit spiders on the mountain immediately retreated to the side. "Thank you, old brother," the Ant Queen said gratefully before leading Qin Feiyang into the mountain range. After entering the mountain range, the Ant Emperor didn't continue chatting with the Spider Emperor. Instead, it dashed towards the other side of the mountain range. The Spider Emperor stood in front of the mountain ridge and looked at the Ant Queen and Qin Feiyang from afar. After the Ant Queen and Qin Feiyang disappeared, a fiend phantom spider the size of a wash basin crawled in front of the Spider Emperor and asked, "What do we do now, Emperor?" The Spider King said solemnly, "Act according to the plan." Understood. A group of fiend phantom spiders immediately burrowed into the ground. "Old brother, I'm sorry," the Spider Emperor murmured as it waved its claws and broke the ground, disappearing without a trace. "How was it?" "I'm still useful." In the mountain stream, the Ant Emperor smiled smugly as it ran. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was it trying to claim credit already? The lady of the Dragon Phoenix house couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Don't be too proud. Continue to perform well. When Qin Feiyang is in a good mood, he might give you a great fortune." "What great fortune?" The Ant Emperor was surprised. "A fortune that you can't even dream of." The lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled. "Can't even dream of? Is it that exaggerated?" The Ant Emperor immediately pondered. Time passed quietly. About half an hour later, the Ant Emperor led Qin Feiyang and the other into a large canyon. The canyon was very long, and the mountains on both sides were undulating and extremely steep. But it was very narrow inside. It was basically only enough for the Ant Emperor to pass through. Looking down from the sky, the canyon was like a dry river, winding and stretching to the end of the earth. The Ant Emperor said, "After passing through this canyon, we'll be almost halfway there." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked up. For some reason, when he entered the canyon, he felt a sense of uneasiness. Gradually, they had already gone deep into the canyon. At this moment, on the mountain peaks on both sides of the canyon, an ear-splitting sound suddenly rang out. The entire canyon began to shake at this moment. Hearing the movement, the Ant Emperor immediately braked and stopped. It raised its huge head and scanned the mountain peaks on both sides. Qin Feiyang and the lady of the Dragon Phoenix house also hurriedly looked up. At this moment, the sense of uneasiness in Qin Feiyang's heart also became extremely strong. This was a premonition of danger. This kind of premonition had appeared many times in the past, and every time it appeared, something was bound to happen. Under the gaze of the two men and one beast, on the mountain peaks on both sides, accompanied by rumbling sounds, magic ghost spiders gradually appeared. Seeing these magic ghost spiders, the lady of the Dragon Phoenix house's face immediately turned pale. Because those magic ghost spiders were extremely large. Each of them was 50 to 60 feet tall, like a small mountain. And there were a lot of them. They lined up neatly on both sides of the mountain peaks, like a well-trained army of vicious beasts. Because of their size and number, the mountain peaks could not withstand their weight and were collapsing bit by bit. No less than 2,000, all of them 9-star war emperor. Are they coming out in full force? What do they want to do? The lady of the Dragon Phoenix house spoke with difficulty. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, in front of him, another loud explosion suddenly sounded out. Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor hurriedly lowered their heads to look, only to see the ground in front of them cracking. The Spider Emperor crawled up from the ground and stood in front of them. The Ant Emperor looked at the Spider Emperor in confusion and asked, "Old brother, what are you doing here? Are you escorting me?" "Escort?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched fiercely. What was with this guy's eyes? Didn't he see that this Spider Emperor had ill intentions? Moreover, even if it was an escort, there was no need to go all out. "Be careful," Qin Feiyang secretly warned the lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. The lady of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded. The Spider Emperor looked at the Ant Emperor, then directly looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. "What do you mean? It's coming for us?" Seeing this, the lady of the Dragon Phoenix house asked in surprise. "Impossible. We've never seen it before, let alone provoked it," Qin Feiyang said. Little ones, do it. Suddenly, the Spider Emperor roared without any warning. Poochie. The fiend specter spiders above immediately opened their bloody mouths and spat out sheets of white spider silk. Chapter 1440. More than 2,000 demon spirit spiders spat out silk at the same time. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it covered the sky and covered the earth. Brother, what do you mean by this? The Ant Emperor roared anxiously. The Spider Emperor remained silent. Qin Feiyang teased, didn't you say that you two are like brothers? Do you feel like you've been slapped in the face? The Ant Emperor was rather embarrassed. Qin Feiyang ignored it and raised his head to look at the Spider Emperor, saying, I don't care why you're ambushing us here, but let me give you a word of advice. It's best if you get out of the way immediately. The consequences aren't something you can bear. The Spider Emperor was indifferent. The Ant Emperor roared again, brother, with our relationship, you can't do this. What is the reason? The Spider Emperor looked at the Ant Emperor and said, this has nothing to do with you. I want the two of them. It's really coming for us? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House said, it's impossible for it to attack us for no reason. There must be something strange about this. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, then let's beat it at its own game and see what the reason is. What do you mean? The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House was suspicious. Qin Feiyang secretly said a few words. After hearing this, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House immediately said, this is too risky, I don't agree. Don't worry, it's fine. Qin Feiyang comforted her and secretly took out the Chang Shui. Then, he sent it directly to the castle with the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House. In the blink of an eye, the dense spider webs had already pounced over. You asked for it. Qin Feiyang stared at the Spider Emperor, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and a red sword chi roared out. 50 sword shadows appeared in the sky in an instant. Guyuan sword technique. Immediately, tens of thousands of sword chi pounced towards the spider webs. The terrifying sharpness was like an avalanche, tearing apart the mountains and the earth. The canyon was instantly razed to the ground. Clang. However, when the sword chi struck the spider web, an ear-piercing metallic sound rang out, and even sparks appeared. Every strand of spider silk seemed to be forged from divine iron. It was suffused with a dense white light and was incomparably tough. Qin Feiyang's face was full of surprise. One had to know. The Guyuan sword art was a perfect battle art, but it was unable to cut through the spider silk. However, Qin Feiyang's current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. As for the demonic spirit spiders, they were merely 9-star combat emperors. As such, the stalemate did not last long before the scales of victory tilted towards Qin Feiyang. Strands of spider silk and spider webs were crushed by the sword chi one after another. Impressive. The Ant Emperor's eyes were filled with admiration. However, right at this moment, the Spider Emperor's enormous body trembled. He opened his mouth wide, and a waterfall of spider silk gushed out from his mouth and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Pumph! Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose. With a wave of his hand, 50 sword shadows suddenly cut through the sky, carrying a shocking sharpness, and slashed towards the spider silk. Clang! A deafening loud sound immediately reverberated between heaven and earth. The 50 sword shadows and the spider silk were destroyed together. Qin Feiyang's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Spider Emperor also retreated, blood spurting out from his mouth. However, at the same time, the other demonic spirit spiders once again spat out spider silk, forming an airtight large net that enveloped Qin Feiyang. Be careful, the Ant Emperor warned. Qin Feiyang glanced at the large net from the corner of his eye, and a cold smile flashed across his eyes. Then he pretended to be caught off guard and was enveloped by the large net. The moment Qin Feiyang was enveloped by the large net, his entire body entered a state of paralysis. He couldn't even move his fingers. The Ant Emperor under Qin Feiyang's feet was not spared either. Moreover, after the large net enveloped them, it immediately began to tighten. So, the man and the beast were like dumplings, bound to the ground and unable to move. With just this bit of strength, You dare to be arrogant in front of this emperor? The spider emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang in disdain, raised his head to look behind Qin Feiyang and the ant emperor, and said respectfully, "Welcome, master." Master. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The ant emperor's heart was filled with disbelief. After knowing the spider emperor for so many years, no one knew the situation of the spider emperor better than it. There was no master at all. Moreover, with the spider emperor's arrogance, he would not submit to anyone. But how could there be a master all of a sudden? However, although they were shocked, their entire bodies were paralyzed and they could not turn their heads to look. They could only hear footsteps. Steady and powerful footsteps approached from afar. Moreover, there was more than one person's footsteps. Judging from the sound, there should be 5 people. Wait. These auras, suddenly, Qin Feiyang sensed a disgusting bloody aura from the aura of these people. This made him involuntarily think of the blood fiend pill. Because in this world, only the aura of the blood fiend pill made him feel disgusted. Moreover, one of the auras was especially familiar. The sound of footsteps had already arrived behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang could even clearly feel that those people were staring at him, and their eyes were filled with dense killing intent. One of their eyes was filled with unresolvable resentment. Finally, the footsteps bypassed the ant emperor and arrived in front of him. A few figures also entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. There were exactly 5 of them. The person in the lead was a purple-clothed youth with the cultivation of a 3-star war emperor. His figure was tall, and his appearance was heroic. His facial features were also extremely handsome, but there was a shocking hostility between his brows. Behind the purple-clothed youth, there were 4 burly men. Their upper bodies were exposed, and their lower bodies were only wearing a pair of large underpants. Their muscles were bulging, and they were filled with a valiant aura. And the aura they exuded was extremely terrifying. They were all Peak Realm 9-star war emperor. The purple-clothed youth sneered, "I really didn't expect that the insufferably arrogant Qin Feiyang would actually fall into the hands of a group of animals." Qin Feiyang looked at the purple-clothed youth, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he sent a sound transmission. "Indeed, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, but I don't understand, why would the magic ghost spider call you master?" This spider silk was truly terrifying. Not only could he not move his body, he could not even move his lips and tongue. Therefore, Qin Feiyang could only communicate with the other party through sound transmission. It's a long story. I'll just tell you briefly so that you can die with understanding. At that time, I entered the divine ruins and descended here. Before I could figure out the situation, I was surrounded by these magic ghost spiders. I thought that I would definitely die this time. After all, these magic ghost spiders are too strong and there are too many of them. However, just as I was trapped by the spider silk and was about to die under their claws, the 4 people behind me suddenly attacked. So they were the same as me, descending in this mountain range. Don't you think that I'm very lucky? The purple-clothed youth sneered. You're quite lucky, Qin Feiyang said. The purple-clothed youth smiled and asked, you should be able to guess who they are, right? Apart from the imperial tutor's henchmen, who else can stand beside you? Qin Feiyang harumphed coldly. Lackeys? Whatever you say. Anyway, you're already dead. They're from the inner hall of the enforcement hall, and they're also the Cloud Ancestors' confidants. Therefore, when they saw that I was in danger, they immediately came to save me. They also found the Spider Emperor and destroyed its cultivation. Then I used the Blood Soul technique to control it. At first, we were going to ask the Spider Emperor to bring us to find a water source, but we didn't expect you to appear at this time. So, I set up a trap and asked the Spider Emperor to let you in first before coming here to ambush you. The purple-clothed youth said. Since he addressed the Imperial Master as the Cloud Ancestor, his identity was clear. He was Zhuge Mingyang. So that's what happened. Qin Feiyang muttered. In other words, the Spider Emperor was forced to do this. He immediately began to plan in his heart. At this time, the Ant Queen looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, Then why did you choose to ambush us here? Because he was afraid. Although he controlled the magic ghost spiders, you have your own subjects. If he chose to attack at the intersection of the plains and the mountain range, it wouldn't benefit him at all. Qin Feiyang said. I see. If he chose to attack here, I wouldn't be able to summon my subjects. The Ant Queen murmured. This human was too terrifying to be able to calculate so carefully. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the Ant Queen, then looked at Qin Feiyang and gave him a thumbs up. He smiled brightly and said, Brother Qin, you're really smart. But what's the use of being smart? You're still in my hands now. Brother Qin, tell me, how do you want to die? The four burly men behind him immediately laughed sinisterly. What should we do? The Ant Queen panicked. Don't panic. Answer my question first. You know the Spider Emperor. If I help it get rid of this person's control, will it be grateful to me? Chapter 1441. Of course. Not only will it be grateful to you, but it will also attack these people immediately. The Ant Queen transmitted her voice without hesitation. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The Ant Queen continued, however, can you really help it break free from this person's control? Qin Feiyang nodded. Then I beg you to help it. We've been friends for so many years. I can't bear to see it being manipulated like this. The Ant Queen secretly said with a pleading tone. Qin Feiyang was rather surprised. The Ant Queen actually begged him for the sake of the Spider Emperor. It seemed that the relationship between the Ant Queen and the Spider Emperor was indeed not ordinary. Answer me. How do you want to die? Or are you so desperate now that you don't know how to answer me? Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't answer, Zhuge Mingyang said impatiently with a mocking look on his face. Qin Feiyang still didn't answer. However, his gaze was as if he was looking at a clown. The Spider Emperor glanced at the Ant Queen and Qin Feiyang, then looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, Master, your target is that human. I've already captured him for you. Can you give the Ant Queen a way out and let it go? Zhuge Mingyang said, anyone who is with Qin Feiyang, be it a human or a beast, must die. The Spider Emperor hurriedly said, but, however, before it could say anything, Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand and said coldly, do you think you have the right to negotiate with me in your current situation? I advise you not to challenge my patience again. Otherwise, I'll kill you as well. Hearing this, the Spider Emperor's eyes immediately filled with hostility. However, it could only endure it due to the deterrence of the blood soul technique. Zhuge Mingyang smiled disdainfully. He sized up Qin Feiyang and said, do you know how much damage you've done to me over the years? Then I'm really sorry. Qin Feiyang chuckled. You think you can settle this with just an apology? Do you know how everyone is talking about me behind my back? He said that I, Zhuge Mingyang, am no match for you, Qin Feiyang, no matter how hard I try. They said that I, Zhuge Mingyang, am destined to be trampled under your feet for the rest of my life, Qin Feiyang. You even said that I, Zhuge Mingyang, was a complete piece of trash. In the past, my cultivation was so much higher than yours, but in the end, not only did you catch up to me, you even left me far behind. Do you know how much pain I feel every time I hear those words? How much does she hate you? The more Zhuge Mingyang spoke, the more agitated he became. His hands were tightly clenched, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was like a wild beast that had gone mad. What they said is also the truth. Facing the truth, shouldn't you accept it? Qin Feiyang said indifferently with a playful smile on his face. Bullshit facts. If you don't have the potential pill, what are you? If you don't have the castle in Changshui, who knows how long you would have been dead? Would you still be so arrogant? Qin Feiyang, you have to remember that it's not that you are more talented than me, Zhuge Mingyang, but that you are luckier than me. However, luck will run out one day. For example, right now, I can trample on you and torture you however I want. Zhuge Mingyang laughed and took out a dagger. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang said with a hint of panic in his eyes. What am I doing? All these years, the humiliation you have brought me, and the blood feud of the Zhuge family. Today, I will settle it all with you. From now on, there is no Qin Feiyang in this world, only I, Zhuge Mingyang. Not long after, I, Zhuge Mingyang, will replace the little prince and become the emperor of the great Qin dynasty. By then, the great Qin dynasty will no longer be surnamed Qin, But Zhuge Mingyang snickered. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He thought that the Grand Preceptor was trying to usurp the throne because he wanted to be the emperor. He didn't expect that it was to pave the way for Zhuge Mingyang. Are you surprised? That's right, because you will never know that I am the real chosen one. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Chosen one? Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. What an ignorant person. He said calmly, what about the little prince? He is your brother after all. After usurping the throne, what do you plan to do with him? The people of the Zhuge family didn't know that the little prince was actually the emperor's son. In front of the throne, power, what is family? Take the first prince for example. Although he is also my father's illegitimate son, and although my father and ancestor Yun asked me to assist him, when the time is right, I will still kill him. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Qin Feiyang sighed. You are really cruel. Zhuge Mingyang said, to achieve great things, one must have courage and means. A soft-hearted and righteous person like you will never achieve great things. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, then do you believe that I will definitely live longer than you? Live longer than me? Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh, but there was a hint of mockery in his laughter. You can still say such stupid things at this point. It seems like you still don't understand your current situation. Go and remind him. Let him have a taste of what it is like to live a life worse than death. Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand, and the dagger landed in the hands of a burly man beside him. The burly man smiled sinisterly, grabbed the dagger, and walked towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, did you forget something? I sent the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house to the ancient castle? Of course not. But she is just a 9-star combat emperor. What can she do? You must know that we have 4 9-star combat emperors here, and they are all peak realm super experts. If she doesn't come out, she can live a little longer. Zhuge Mingyang said disdainfully. Sighed. Qin Feiyang sighed softly. Why are you sighing? Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows. I am sighing because I am disappointed. Think about it, Zhuge Mingyang. You are such a smart person, but why do you look so stupid in front of me? You've suffered a lot in my hands before, right? Why don't you learn from your mistakes? Do you know? In the past, I still regarded you as an opponent, because I felt that although you are a sanctimonious villain, you can also be considered a formidable person. However, what I did not expect was that you were actually refining the blood demon pill. From that moment on, I truly understood that you, Zhuge Mingyang, are actually no different from the Imperial Preceptor. Qin Feiyang sighed. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. Regardless of what methods you use, only the winner in this world has the qualifications to stand in the clouds and look down on the common people. Zhuge Mingyang said. Is that so? Then let me tell you, the person standing in the clouds in the end will definitely be me. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a bone-piercing cold light. Zhuge Mingyang laughed loudly, looked at the burly man who was walking towards Qin Feiyang, and shouted, tear his mouth for me, let's see how arrogant he can be. The burly man nodded. Stupid. Qin Feiyang muttered in his heart. Just as the burly man approached Qin Feiyang and raised the dagger in his hand, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly emitted a strong cold light. At the same time, his thoughts moved. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house appeared out of thin air, her beautiful eyes flashing with killing intent as she slapped her palm towards the burly man. You don't know life from death. Zhuge Mingyang and the other 3 burly men immediately looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, their faces full of ridicule. As for the burly man who was about to attack Qin Feiyang, he also smiled contemptuously, raised the dagger in his hand, and turned to attack the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. You are the ones who don't know life from death. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said coldly. From within her sleeve, a graceful figure suddenly flew out. It was Chang Shui. What? It's actually Chang Shui. Why is Chang Shui in her hands? Zhuge Mingyang immediately crawled up with a face full of disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house grabbed Chang Shui and charged forward. Chang Shui and the dagger instantly collided. With a loud clang, The dagger broke on the spot. Is this Changshui? As expected, it lives up to its reputation. The burly man's face was filled with shock. Retreat. Zhuge Mingyang was also startled awake by the sound of Changshui and the dagger colliding. Then, he hurriedly shouted to the burly man. Too late. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled coldly. She flashed forward and stabbed the burly man's head with her saber. Puchi. Crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard in this place. At this moment, the entire blade of Changshui had sunk into the burly man's head. Blood shot out like a blood arrow. This thunder-like method caused the burly man to fall into a momentary daze. Zhuge Mingyang and the other 3 burly men were also dumbstruck. For a moment, this place entered a state of dead silence. However, in the next moment, the burly man suddenly let out a miserable howl. His voice was like a pig being slaughtered, resounding through the world. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house sneered and pulled out Changshui. The burly man immediately collapsed powerlessly, and his life force quickly dissipated. Damn it! Kill her for me! Zhuge Mingyang roared as if he had gone mad. Boom! The 3 burly men behind him immediately unleashed their peak auras and charged towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. However, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house turned a blind eye to them. She turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor, waving the Changshui in her hand. 10,000 strands of sword energy, invincible. The tough spider silk was like a withered tree, quickly shattering into pieces. The entire process was smooth and fluid, completed in one go. She landed steadily on the ground again. The 3 burly men also charged over at this moment. They raised their fists in unison and punched towards the back of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Battle chi surged, destroying everything in all directions. Pumph! The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house snorted from her nose, grabbed Changshui, and waved her hand. Seeing this, the 3 burly men hurriedly retracted their arms. None of them dared to fight with Changshui. At the same time, although the spider's silk had been shattered, the numbness on Qin Feiyang's body did not disappear. Without the restraint of the spider silk, he also collapsed on the back of the Ant Emperor, feeling weak all over. Useless thing. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Mingyang flew into a rage. He glared fiercely at the 3 burly men, then turned to look at the Spider Emperor and shouted, "Quickly order your subjects to attack. As long as you can kill those 2 humans, I will promise to let your brother, the Ant Emperor." All right. The Spider Emperor nodded and roared, "Little ones, attack." Chapter 1442. The canyon here had already been razed to the ground. The ghost fiend spiders that had gathered on the mountain peak were now standing on the ground, surrounding not far away. Hearing the Spider Emperor's roar, they immediately roared into the sky, carrying a monstrous ferocious aura as they charged towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion raised her eyebrows and jumped up again, landing in front of Qin Feiyang. She took out an antidote pill with 5 patterns and placed it in Qin Feiyang's mouth. Because the spider silk contained poison, it needed an antidote pill to remove it. Only after the poison in his body was removed could Qin Feiyang regain his freedom. "Hurry up, I can't hold on for long." After saying this to Qin Feiyang, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion turned around and scanned the surrounding ghost fiend spiders. Boom! Her aura swept through the sky like a rainbow. With a wave of her jade-like hand, an icy aura appeared and turned into a stream of water. With a bone-piercing cold current, it rolled out in all directions. Li Water Sutra's first move, weak water. Wherever it went, cold air roared in all directions, and frost covered the ground. The spider's silk spat out by the ghost fiend spiders instantly shattered when they encountered the weak water. Divine technique. Zhuge Mingyang's pupils constricted as he looked at the 3 burly men and said angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack." The 3 of them suddenly came back to their senses and immediately performed their battle arts. A giant python, a giant black tiger, and a golden battle sword appeared out of nowhere. They were all perfect battle arts. With a shout from the 3 of them, the 3 great battle arts shook violently, releasing a world-destroying aura that charged towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You overestimate yourself. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion snorted coldly and waved her hand. The second move of the Lee Water Sutra, Shocking Waves, appeared. The giant python, the giant black tiger, and the golden battle sword were instantly shattered by the waves. The three of them spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly retreated to Zhuge Mingyang's side. Young Master Zhuge, although our cultivation is higher than hers, she has a divine technique. We are not her match. I suggest that we retreat immediately. The three of them said solemnly. Retreat? Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang, who was on the back of the Ant Queen, and said angrily, I finally got this chance, and you want me to retreat? Useless trash. After saying that, he turned to look at the Spider Emperor with a ferocious expression and roared, Tell your subjects to attack. Kill them even if you have to self-destruct. Don't go too far. The Spider Emperor finally couldn't hold back his humiliation any longer. He glared at Zhuge Mingyang with his long, narrow eyes. You still dare to disobey me? Believe it or not, I can cripple your bloodline power right now. Zhuge Mingyang roared. The Spider Emperor's actions had undoubtedly infuriated him. Boom. But at this moment, a monstrous killing intent erupted. Zhuge Mingyang hurriedly looked over and saw Qin Feiyang slowly getting up. His blood-red hair danced in the wind and his entire body was shrouded in a murderous aura. He was like a god of death that had returned, making people tremble. Oh no. The three burly men tensed up. Swish. In the next moment, Qin Feiyang leaped a few hundred feet and landed on the back of the Spider Emperor. He said with a voice transmission, Don't move, I'll help you get rid of his control. The Spider Emperor originally planned to attack Qin Feiyang immediately, but he was overjoyed when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands and the enslavement seal appeared instantly and entered the Spider Emperor's head. The Spider Emperor immediately roared. Don't resist. Qin Feiyang shouted. Enslavement seal? What is he trying to do? Zhuge Mingyang was shocked. But soon, his body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. How is this possible? Blood soul art. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes were lifeless, his face was filled with disbelief. Young Master Zhuge, what's wrong with the blood soul art? The three burly men looked at Zhuge Mingyang in shock. The Spider Emperor's blood soul art has actually been broken. Zhuge Mingyang said. What? The three burly men's expressions changed. Hurry up and leave. One of the burly men anxiously roared and brought Zhuge Mingyang with him as they turned around and fled without looking back. Seeing this, the other two burly men also hurriedly chased after them. As the Emperor of the Magic Ghost Spider, and with the cultivation of the 9-Star War Emperor realm, he must have accumulated a lot of resentment when he was captured by Zhuge Mingyang. And now that the blood soul art had been broken and the Spider Emperor had regained his freedom, whether it was Zhuge Mingyang or them, they would definitely face the wrath of the Spider Emperor. The Spider Emperor and the Magic Ghost Spider were already difficult enough to deal with, not to mention Qin Feiyang, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, and the Ant Emperor. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House had grasped the divine art. As the Emperor of the Spirit Blood Ants, the Ant Emperor's strength was definitely not inferior to the Spider Emperor's. As for Qin Feiyang, they were all too clear about this person's methods. He was even more terrifying than the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, the Ant Emperor, and the Spider Emperor combined. Not only did he have a large number of divine arts, he also had a divine weapon like Chang Shui. It was no exaggeration. With Qin Feiyang's current state, just his strength alone was enough to wipe them all out. So, escaping was the wisest choice right now. Looking at the Spider Emperor again, seeing the three burly men frantically fleeing with Zhuge Mingyang, there was a trace of apprehension in its eyes as it asked, Has the blood soul art really been broken? Qin Feiyang jumped down and landed in front of the Spider Emperor. He looked into the Spider Emperor's eyes and nodded. It's been broken, now you can do whatever you want. Roar. The Spider Emperor immediately roared in excitement. The surrounding Magic Ghost Spider also immediately stopped their attacks on the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House and roared in wild joy. Shwa. following closely behind. The Spider Emperor looked at Zhuge Mingyang and the other three, killing intent gushing out of his eyes as he laughed sinisterly. You damned humans, you actually dare to capture this emperor. Little ones, stop them for this emperor. Kill! The surrounding groups of magic ghost spiders immediately swarmed towards Zhuge Mingyang and the other three, their killing cries shaking the heavens. At the same time, the ground in front of Zhuge Mingyang and the other three cracked crazily. Groups of magic ghost spiders surged out from the ground. Their cultivations were not strong, ranging from 1-star to 8-star War Emperor. In front of the three burly men, they were as insignificant as ants. With a wave of their hands, they could kill a large number of them. However, they did not care about their lives and pounced towards Zhuge Mingyang and the other three. They used their lives and bodies to forcefully stop the four of them. Fresh blood stained the ground. This place was filled with a murderous aura. Qin Feiyang and the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house were the first to arrive, one in front and one behind, blocking the four of them. Accompanied by a series of tremors, the Spider Emperor and the Ant Emperor, who had already regained consciousness, rushed over one after another, blocking Zhuge Mingyang and the other three. The group of magic ghost spiders of the 9-star War Emperor also arrived one after another. With Qin Feiyang, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, the Ant Emperor, and the Spider Emperor as the leaders, they surrounded Zhuge Mingyang and the other three. Why is it like this? Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the densely packed magic ghost spiders around and muttered to himself. Why was the blood spirit technique broken out of nowhere? The three burly men sandwiched Zhuge Mingyang in the middle to protect him, vigilantly looking at Qin Feiyang and the group of beasts. Suddenly, Zhuge Mingyang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stared at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Could it be that the disappearance of the blood spirit technique has something to do with your slave seal? You're finally smart for once." Qin Feiyang said. "How is this possible? They are both secret arts that can control living beings. Why can the slave seal suppress the blood spirit technique?" Zhuge Mingyang was in extreme disbelief as he roared at Qin Feiyang. "Because the slave seal is a divine art." Qin Feiyang sneered. "It's actually a divine art too." Zhuge Mingyang's gaze trembled. The three burly men were also trembling in body and mind. Divine Dragon's secret art, and Ruin's secret art, Eclipse Moon, Kill's secret art, and so on. These divine arts were already shocking enough, and now they were actually telling them that the slave seal was also a divine art? Just how many divine arts were hidden in this little bastard's body? Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them, then looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Do you know why I kept saying that you were stupid before?" Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. He really wanted to know. "You and I have known each other for so many years, and we have also fought for so many years. Don't you know my methods? Just the spider silk of the ghost demon spider, how can it trap me so easily?" Qin Feiyang sneered. His words awakened the dreamer. Zhuge Mingyang suddenly realized. That's right. Qin Feiyang had so many divine arts and divine items, how could he be so easily trapped by the spider silk? Without a doubt. Previously, it was Qin Feiyang who had set up a trap to lure the snake out of its hole. The snake was him. When the Spider Emperor attacked us, I felt that it was strange. It was so close to the Ant Queen, so why would it ambush us here? The result surprised me. This Spider Emperor was actually targeting me. At that time, I was puzzled. I had no enmity with it, so why would it target me? After thinking about it carefully, I began to suspect that someone was behind it. So I beat them at their own game, secretly took out Chang Shui, and sent Chang Shui and the Miss of the Longfeng house to the castle. But what I didn't expect was that the person behind it was actually you. Although you were annoying in the past, you were open and aboveboard. But now, how did you become so sinister and despicable? If you want to kill me, just come and find me. I will accompany you at any time. Is it necessary to use such underhanded means? Of course. What you want to do is your freedom. I have no right to ask. I just want to say that the current you is not worthy to sit at the same table as me, Qin Feiyang, let alone be my opponent. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Zhuge Mingyang clenched his hands, and his eyes were as scary as the eyes of a snake. Don't be unconvinced. With the gap between us, I can kill you with one finger. Qin Feiyang said. Faced with such naked sarcasm and contempt, Zhuge Mingyang's entire body couldn't help but tremble. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Don't worry, I will do something that will make you even more desperate. The state preceptor is also desperate." Heard. Zhuge Mingyang immediately looked at Qin Feiyang warily. Chapter 1443. Why are you looking at us? The three men looked at each other and couldn't help but feel nervous. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them for a moment and asked with a smile, "You should also be controlled by the blood-soul technique, right?" The three of them nodded instinctively. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then is Zhuge Mingyang controlling you or the Imperial Preceptor controlling you?" "Of course it's the Imperial Preceptor." The three of them said. "That's easy," Qin Feiyang muttered and said with a smile, "Then answer me now, do you want to live?" The three of them nodded without hesitation. But immediately after, a trace of suspicion crept up in their eyes. What did this person want to do? "You follow the Imperial Preceptor for nothing more than power and cultivation resources, and I can give you all of these, even more than the Imperial Preceptor can give you," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The three of them looked at each other. Was he trying to bribe them? "That's right. I am bribing you. I believe you more or less know the character of Qin Feiyang. I can do anything to my enemies. But I treat the people around me better than I treat myself," Qin Feiyang said. The three of them fell silent. This point was indeed undeniable. Because Qin Feiyang was good to the people around him. This was something everyone knew. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang again. He looked at the three men with incomparable apprehension in his heart. If this was the great Qin Empire at this moment, even if the three of them betrayed him, he wouldn't care. Because he could ask the Imperial Preceptor for help at any time. But now, this was a miracle. He was on the first floor. The Imperial Preceptor was on the second floor. There was no way to contact between the two floors. Taking a step back, even if the Imperial Preceptor had the ability to calculate his current situation, he wouldn't be able to come to his rescue. So, now the three of them were very important to him. If the three of them really betrayed him and followed Qin Feiyang, it would be a disaster for him. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhuge Mingyang, then looked at the three people and said, "To be honest, you don't have to hesitate because there are too many people in this world who want to follow me. If it weren't for the fact that we're in God's domain, you wouldn't even be ranked." The three of them were still hesitating. "Of course. I don't like to force things. If you really don't want to, you can just say it. There's no need to make things too difficult. However, you must think carefully. Should I continue to stay by the Imperial Preceptor's side as cannon fodder? Or follow me, Qin Feiyang, to the peak of the world?" Qin Feiyang laughed again. When the three of them heard this, their bodies shook violently. They shook their heads and said, "We don't want to be cannon fodder. Bastard." Over the years, the Cloud Ancestor has spent countless efforts and resources to nurture you. Now, with just a few words from Qin Feiyang, you all betrayed us. Do you still have a conscience? What a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Zhuge Mingyang roared angrily. "Humph. We've already seen through the Imperial Preceptor's character. Although he has been nurturing us, isn't it for his own selfish reasons? The worst thing is that we're peak 9-star combat emperors, but before we left, he ordered us to protect you with our lives. At the end of the day, no matter how strong we are, how capable we are, or how loyal we are, we're still not as good as you, the direct descendants of the Zhuge family." The three of them said angrily. The resentment that had accumulated over the years could finally be vented. Zhuge Mingyang clenched his fists and was about to go crazy. "In the past, we didn't dare to resist because of the threat of the blood spirit technique. But now, Your Highness can break the blood spirit technique. Of course, we won't help you anymore. Your Highness, we're willing to turn over a new leaf. Please help us." The three of them knelt down on one knee in front of Qin Feiyang and pleaded. "Turn over a new leaf. I have to say that you're aware. I admire you very much." Qin Feiyang laughed. Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of resentment and he said unwillingly, Even if you follow him, he will still use the slave seal to control you. You'll still be slaves and cannon fodder. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. One of the burly men snorted. I think they're obsessed. Zhuge Mingyang sneered and looked at Qin Feiyang. Do you think they're sincerely following you? They're just after the potential elixir. Hearing this, a hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the three of them. That's right. The biggest reason why they chose to follow Qin Feiyang was because they could open the door to their potential. But they didn't expect Zhuge Mingyang to expose them directly. They looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Qin Feiyang lowered his head in silence, but suddenly smiled and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. Who in the world doesn't want to open the door of potential? It's human nature for them to have this intention. After saying that, Qin Feiyang added, moreover, as long as they serve me sincerely, what's wrong with helping them open the door of potential? The three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and said, quickly abolish your cultivation. I'll immediately help you break the blood-soul technique. Although the three of them seemed to be sincerely following him, they were after all the people around the state preceptor. He didn't dare to fully trust them. What if the three of them suddenly resisted when he broke the blood-soul technique and controlled them? Wouldn't he suffer a backlash? So, abolishing their cultivation was the safest way. The three of them nodded. Without hesitation, they raised their arms and slapped each of their lower abdomens. As they spat out a mouthful of blood, their qi was of course shattered. It was also at this moment. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he charged towards the three of them like lightning. The three of them immediately changed their expressions. Now that their cultivation was crippled, it would be easy for Zhuge Mingyang to kill them. You'd better be honest. But at the same time, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Zhuge Mingyang. Her jade-like hand shot out explosively and slapped Zhuge Mingyang's chest. This chest instantly caved in and was badly mutilated. With a blood-curdling scream, Zhuge Mingyang flew out and smashed into the ground like a meteorite, spitting out blood. His heart was torn into pieces. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and ignored him. His hands quickly formed a seal. Buzz. 3 slave seals quickly condensed and turned into streams of light that entered the top of the 3 people's heads. At the same time, the second floor, in a certain mountain range, the Imperial Preceptor was running alone. To be exact, he was running for his life. His hair was unkempt and his body was in tatters. Behind him, a terrifying beast roared in the sky. Its body was thousands of feet long, like a towering mountain. Every step it took caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. A terrifying, ferocious aura swept out in all directions. It was it that was chasing after the Imperial Preceptor. Even the Imperial Preceptor, a peak-stage false god supreme existence, could only run for his life. One could imagine how terrifying the second floor was. But suddenly, the Imperial Preceptor, who was running away, froze and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Someone's blood-soul technique was forcefully broken? Could it be Qin Feiyang's doing again? His old face was full of surprise. Roar! The beast roared like thunder, and its divine might shook the heavens, instantly waking the Imperial Preceptor up. Without time to think, he began to run for his life again. The first floor. The blood-soul technique was broken. The slave seal was also completed. Qin Feiyang took out 3 spirit sea pills and threw them to the 3 of them. Thank you, Your Highness. The 3 of them hurriedly thanked him. Your Highness. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be absent-minded. He hadn't heard this name for many years. He sighed and said, You'd better call me young master like everyone else. Greetings, young master. The 3 of them looked at each other and bowed. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, What are your names? Wang Deshang, Li Jian, Zhou Zheng. The 3 of them said one after another. Qin Feiyang silently remembered it in his heart. He waved his hand and said, Go to the side and repair your sea of qi first. The 3 of them took the spirit sea pills and retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, looked up at Zhuge Mingyang, and said jokingly, Not long ago, you asked me how I want to die. Now I ask you, how do you want to die? As long as I can satisfy you, I will satisfy you. I want you to die first. Zhuge Mingyang said word by word. Qin Feiyang said, this can't satisfy you. Since you can't think of a way, I'll help you think of a way to die. Ha! Zhuge Mingyang suddenly laughed. You can still laugh now? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Was this person still hiding some tricks? You won't kill me. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head and said, Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Because, I know everything you don't know. For example, why did the emperor destroy your cultivation in the first place? Why is Emperor Hong doing this to you now? For example, why did the Lu family not dare to intervene in the affairs of the capital all these years? Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of playfulness. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, stepped forward, grabbed Zhuge Mingyang's clothes, and shouted, Tell me everything you know. Beg me. Zhuge Mingyang grinned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, raised his fist, and punched Zhuge Mingyang's lower abdomen. Zhuge Mingyang immediately let out a miserable howl, his sea of qi shattered. Are you going to say it or not? Qin Feiyang shouted. I won't say it. If you have the guts, kill me. But you have to think this through. If you kill me, the truth of all this will leave you. Zhuge Mingyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Feiyang provocatively. Qin Feiyang's face was as heavy as water. Seeing that the situation was not good, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house hurriedly stepped forward and said in a low voice, Feiyang, calm down. Don't be bewitched by him. Qin Feiyang looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and took a deep breath. His anxious heart finally calmed down. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang again and said, Even if you really know, even if I really don't kill you, you won't tell me, right? Zhuge Mingyang did not deny it. Using my weakness to continue to waste time with me, waiting for the other confidants of the Imperial Preceptor to save you. I have to admit, you really have a good plan. I almost fell for your trick. But fortunately, I was reminded in time. Qin Feiyang said. Zhuge Mingyang immediately looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house with hatred. What a damn woman. Chapter 1444. She was indeed qualified to do so. After all, her cultivation was much stronger than Zhuge Mingyang's. Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, You really want to kill me? You won't regret it? Since you won't tell me, why should I waste my time with you? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Zhuge Mingyang was not the only one who knew the truth. His mother, second grandpa, third grandpa, fourth grandpa, and so on also knew. It was just that they were unwilling to tell him because the time was not right. After this incident, he had thought it through. Since no one was willing to tell him, why should he painstakingly search for the answer? It was better to cultivate and work hard to improve his strength. In short, now he had to put these things aside for the time being, and completely so as not to let others seize his weakness and affect his mood like Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang, he said, Let's end the grudge between you and me here. No, Zhuge Mingyang suddenly screamed in despair. From this moment on, everything will be in the past. Qin Feiyang murmured. He slowly raised his arm. The battle chi was surging at the tip of his index finger. No, I don't want to die. Please, I beg you, let me go. Zhuge Mingyang screamed in horror and struggled madly. But Qin Feiyang was indifferent. His eyes were extremely cold. The battle chi, like a sharp arrow, shot out from the tip of his finger and entered between Zhuge Mingyang's eyebrows. Ah! With a shrill scream, Zhuge Mingyang's blood splashed in the air. A finger-sized bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows and blood spurted out like a fountain. Except, Zhuge Mingyang screamed weakly. Before his voice died away, he fell to the ground and died. So what if you can't accept it? This is fate. You cannot escape the shackles of fate, and neither can I. Actually, at the end of the day, everyone's fate is similar. Life or death, Qin Feiyang murmured. With a wave of his hand, battle chi surged forth. With a boom, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Deshang and the other two and said, "After all, he was once my opponent. Let him rest in peace." The three of them understood and walked over. They lifted up Zhuge Mingyang's body, turned around, walked to the side of the deep pit, and threw it down. "Take away his Jianghu bag," Qin Feiyang said. "With Zhuge Mingyang's status, there must be a lot of pills and herbs in his Jianghu bag. There might even be some kind of treasure hidden there." After Wang Deshang entered the deep pit and took away the Jianghu bag, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the soil surged, quickly covering Zhuge Mingyang. This also meant that a genius of a generation had fallen just like that. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion smiled and said, "We've just entered the divine ruins, and we've already gotten rid of a huge threat. He's just a small fish. The Imperial Preceptor is the big fish," Qin Feiyang said, his eyes shining. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, "With your ability, it's only a matter of time before you get rid of this big fish." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's easier said than done to get rid of a peak false god. Nothing in this world is difficult for those who are willing. Look, in the past, Zhuge Mingyang was also an invincible existence in your eyes. Now, he still died in your hands. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and asked, "How do you know that Zhuge Mingyang was stronger than me in the past?" "Of course I heard about it. Not only Zhuge Mingyang, my mother and I know about your experiences in the Great Qin Empire." The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang was stunned once again. He chuckled and said, "I didn't expect you two to be such gossipy people." "What do you mean? Are you scolding us in disguise?" The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's face darkened. No. How would I dare to scold you? I can't even hide in time." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. "That better be the case. Otherwise, the heavens will strike you to death." The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion snorted coldly. "What does this have to do with the heavens?" Qin Feiyang didn't understand. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and leaned in front of the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He smiled slyly and said, "Let me ask you something." "What is it?" The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "What is the relationship between your mother and my ancestor? Why are you asking this?" The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, "I'm just curious. You won't tell me that this is also a secret, right?" "This is a secret." The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, "Then what's your name? After all, we still have to be together for a long time. I can't always call you Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." He only knew that the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was called Ruo Shuang, but he didn't know her surname. He seemed to have asked before, but the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion didn't seem to answer him directly. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, "Just call me Ruo Shuang." "All right." Qin Feiyang was helpless. He really couldn't figure out what was so bad about this surname. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion urged, "The matters here are settled. Let's hurry up and continue on our way." It was as if she was diverting Qin Feiyang's attention, not wanting Qin Feiyang to continue asking. Qin Feiyang didn't think too much about it and nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, he swept up Wang Deshang and the other two and jumped onto the Ant Emperor's back. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion glanced at Qin Feiyang and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She also jumped onto the Ant Emperor's back. But at this time, the Spider Emperor stood in front of them and said, "Human, don't go yet." The Ant Emperor's expression changed as he hurriedly sent a sound transmission. "Old brother, what are you trying to do? You've seen the strength of these people. They're not people you can afford to offend." The Spider Emperor glanced at the Ant Emperor, then raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "That person called Zhuge Mingyang said that the enslavement seal can also control living beings. This emperor wants to ask, when you were helping this emperor break the blood soul technique, did you take the opportunity to control this emperor?" I'm just helping you break the blood soul technique. Qin Feiyang said. Actually, that was not the case. Using the enslavement seal to break the blood soul technique would also control the target. In other words, the Spider Emperor was now under his control. He didn't say anything because he didn't have any other intentions. He just wanted to keep a trump card in case the Spider Emperor suddenly attacked. No, the Spider Emperor muttered as a fierce glint appeared in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, it quickly retreated and shouted, "Little ones, surround them." Don't. Immediately, the surrounding magic ghost spiders surged over and surrounded Qin Feiyang and the rest. The Ant Emperor was shocked and said angrily, "What are you doing? Get out of the way." Wang Deshang and the other two also became nervous. Qin Feiyang and the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at each other and couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, "Why are you doing this? Don't forget, I was the one who saved you just now. Otherwise, your little life would still be in Zhuge Mingyang's hands. That's a different matter. You saved this emperor. This emperor is very grateful to you. If there's a chance, this emperor will repay you. But now, you must release the Ant Emperor." The Spider Emperor said. Qin Feiyang had a look of surprise, so it was to save the Ant Emperor. The Ant Emperor was also very touched. "I admire your loyalty to the Ant Emperor. But now, I really need it to lead the way. When we reach the water source, I promise to let it go." Qin Feiyang looked at the Spider Emperor and said. The Spider Emperor snorted, "The words of humans can't be trusted. Old brother, thank you, but this is voluntary. Don't get involved." The Ant Emperor hurriedly said. It didn't want to implicate the Spider Emperor. This was because it had personally experienced Qin Feiyang's strength. Even if it joined forces with the Spider Emperor, it would only be at a disadvantage. However, the Ant Emperor's words angered the Spider Emperor. It glared at the Ant Emperor and said angrily, "What are you afraid of? What kind of storms and waves have we not seen over the years? At most, we'll die." The Ant Emperor lowered its head and fell silent. It was extremely ashamed. The Spider Emperor snorted and looked at a 9-star battle Emperor Ghost Demon Spider beside it, and said, "Go to the plains immediately and call all the spirit blood ants to come and help. I don't believe that with the combined strength of our two races, we can't do anything to a few humans. Feiyang, don't make too much of a fuss. If the spirit blood ants really come and join forces with the spirit fiend spider, then even if we kill all of them in the end, we will probably die of exhaustion." The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion sent a voice transmission. The Spider Emperor's meaning was obvious. Either let the Ant Emperor go or fight to the death. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted and he said with a smile, "Fortunately, I held back, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to end this." Wang Deshang and the other two looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Pull back? What did he mean?" Qin Feiyang didn't explain. With a thought, the originally valiant Spider Emperor suddenly lay on the ground and cried out in pain. "What's going on?" The Ant Emperor was shocked. The surrounding spirit fiend spiders also panicked. Qin Feiyang sneered, "Actually, you are already under my control. If I want to kill you now, it will be as easy as flipping my hand." "You are so despicable." When the Spider Emperor heard this, he immediately raised his head and glared at Qin Feiyang. The surrounding spirit fiend spiders also stared at Qin Feiyang, their eyes flashing with an astonishing ferocious light. Wang Deshang and the other two looked at each other with a hint of joy on their faces. This young master was really shrewd. If he hadn't held back, this matter would have been really difficult to deal with. Just from this point, it could be seen that he was indeed stronger than Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said indifferently, "This is not called despicable. It is called being careful. Facing beasts like you, I have to be careful." "Then what do you want now?" the Spider Emperor said in a deep voice. "If you didn't make things difficult for me just now, I wouldn't have made things difficult for you. When we leave this mountain range, I will naturally remove your slave seal. But now, it's not that easy. You will accompany us to the water source." Qin Feiyang laughed. Hearing that they were going to the water source, the Spider Emperor's huge body suddenly trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Old buddy, I told you not to act recklessly, but you just wouldn't listen. Now, even you can't escape." Chapter 1445. The Spider Emperor looked at the Ant Emperor, then looked at Qin Feiyang's group. He slowly lowered his head and let out a sigh. This was really like the old saying, "The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear." Looking at the dejected look of the Spider Emperor, Qin Feiyang shook his head in amusement. "Don't act like you've been wronged. Look at Wang Deshang and the others. Their cultivation is not weaker than yours, but aren't they still willing to follow me? What does this mean? It means that I'm a person worthy of you following. Cut the crap. Do you have anything to say? If not, we'll set off." Qin Feiyang said. "Worthy of following?" The Spider Emperor snorted disapprovingly. He looked at the surrounding fiend spirit spiders and shouted, "When I'm not here, you guys have to guard this place well. Don't run around and don't cause trouble." The surrounding fiend spirit spiders replied in unison. The Spider Emperor sighed again and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Let's go. Let's go." Qin Feiyang stepped on the Ant Emperor's back gently. The Ant Emperor immediately rushed forward with Qin Feiyang and the others. The Spider Emperor followed beside them. Along the way, his head drooped and he was unhappy. "Old buddy, now that things have come to this, you should get over it. At least this human didn't make us cannon fodder like that Zhuge Mingyang." The Ant Emperor comforted him secretly. "You're silly." The Spider Emperor glanced at the Ant Emperor and sighed. "What do you mean?" The Ant Emperor was puzzled. "Although he didn't make us cannon fodder now, don't forget that we're going to the water source. You and I both know the strength of that fierce crocodile. This human must be worried that he can't beat that fierce crocodile, so he brought us along to work for him at the critical moment. He's not as good as you think." The Spider Emperor thought. "It can't be." The Ant Emperor suddenly felt uneasy. "It can't be? Just wait and see. None of the humans are good. They're all selfish bastards." The Spider Emperor snorted. At this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If I really wanted to use you as cannon fodder, I wouldn't just bring the two of you. I would definitely bring all your subjects with me." "How did you know what we were thinking?" The Spider Emperor looked at him in shock. The Ant Emperor was also extremely bewildered. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Could it be that this person could read minds? Otherwise, why would this human know what they were thinking? Qin Feiyang didn't explain. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't think too much about the human heart. There are still good people among humans." "A good person?" The Spider Emperor stared blankly for a moment before replying disdainfully, "Are you talking about yourself?" The Ant Queen chimed in. "People who claim to be good people are often worse than anyone else." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Looking at the three people, he said, "Give me Zhuge Mingyang's Qiankuan bag." The three of them looked at each other and felt a sense of helplessness. Seeing that Qin Feiyang hadn't mentioned the Qiankuan bag for so long, they thought that Qin Feiyang had forgotten about it. They were even prepared to find time to clean up the Qiankuan bag and divide it among themselves. But unexpectedly, Qin Feiyang hadn't forgotten. Wang Deshang took out the Qiankuan bag and respectfully handed it to Qin Feiyang. "As a qualified subordinate, you should take the initiative to hand over the spoils of war. You don't need me to remind you." Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the Qiankuan bag and lowered his head to check it. Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't until now that they realized that Qin Feiyang hadn't forgotten. He was deliberately testing them. Just as Qin Feiyang was checking Zhuge Mingyang's Qiankuan bag, an invisible force suddenly emerged from the place where Zhuge Mingyang's body was buried. But this force was very weak. Even if he tried to sense it carefully, he might not be able to sense it. However, as soon as this power appeared, it spread out in all directions like a ghost. In the mountain range, there were still many magic ghost spiders wandering around. As soon as the power came into contact with the demonic spirit spiders, it silently drilled into their bodies. As for this abnormality, none of the magic ghost spiders noticed it. On the back of the Ant Emperor, the mists of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "How is it?" Did you find anything valuable? Qin Feiyang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a blood fiend pill appeared. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house's gaze trembled. Qin Feiyang said solemnly, "There are at least 500,000 blood fiend pills in this Jianghu bag." 500,000 blood fiend pills were equivalent to 500,000 lives. This did not include the blood fiend pills that Zhuge Mingyang had refined in the past. This bastard deserved to die 1,000 times over. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house asked, "Other than the blood fiend pill? There are also more than 100,000 battle chi pills, enough for us to use for a period of time." As for the rest, at this point, Qin Feiyang was suddenly stunned, a trace of suspicion creeping up between his brows. "What's wrong?" the mists of the Dragon Phoenix house asked. Qin Feiyang did not answer, and directly took out a palm-sized jade box from his Jianghu bag. "What is it?" The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house was suspicious. Wang Desheng said, "I've seen this jade box before. It was given to Zhuge Mingyang by the imperial tutor before we came to the miracle." Qin Feiyang and the mists of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at each other, their eyes shining. It was actually given to Zhuge Mingyang by the imperial tutor? Then the things inside must be very valuable. What could it be? Qin Feiyang muttered and slowly opened the jade box. Boom! Just as he opened a crack, a wisp of divine might surged out from the jade box. Divine might. Their gazes trembled. Wang Desheng and the other two were also extremely shocked. When the Ant Emperor and the Spider Emperor felt the divine might, they immediately stopped and turned to look at the jade box in Qin Feiyang's hands. It was actually divine might. Could it be that there was a divine artifact inside the jade box? Qin Feiyang calmed himself down, grabbed the lid, and opened it in an instant. A jade slip immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The jade slip was the size of a baby's fist, and its entire body was black and gray, with strands of hazy divine light on it. And on the jade slip, there was a pattern of a giant dragon. It's not a divine artifact. Wang Desheng and the other two looked at each other. Qin Feiyang nodded, "Yes, this is not a divine artifact, but this is a divine art." Divine art? The three of them trembled both physically and mentally. Although it was not a divine artifact, the divine art was still tempting enough. I didn't expect this guy's Jianghu bag to be hiding a divine art. What a surprise! Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. He immediately grabbed the jade slip, sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind into it. A huge amount of information immediately surged into his mind. The Lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion glanced at Qin Feiyang, then turned to the Ant Emperor and the Spider Emperor. "Let's continue on our way." "All right." The two beasts nodded. Then, they sped forward while secretly communicating with each other. The Ant Emperor said, "Old friend, if we can get the divine art in Qin Feiyang's hands, do you think we'll have a chance to kill that fierce crocodile? You're really good at dreaming. Would he give something as precious as a divine art to us?" The Spider Emperor rolled his eyes. The Ant Emperor smiled. Chapter 1446. At the same time, Wang Desheng and the other two were also looking at Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, Wang Desheng said, "Li Jian Zhou, now that our Sea of Qi has been repaired, shall we take the opportunity to kill them? As long as we kill him, not only his divine arts, but also all his treasures, including Chang Shuer and the castle, will be ours." Hearing this, Li Jian and Zhou Zheng were not tempted. Instead, they glared at Wang Desheng. "What?" Wang Desheng looked at them in confusion. "The Ant Queen and the Spider Queen don't know, but don't you know that his seal of slavery can see our inner thoughts? You'll get us killed if you say that," they said angrily. "So that's the reason." Wang Desheng smiled and said, "You worry too much. He's checking the divine arts now. How can he have the energy to peek into our inner thoughts? We can't say that. Anyway, now I don't want to be Qin Feiyang's enemy." Li Jian said, "Look at those who are Qin Feiyang's enemies. Which one of them has a good ending? It's not easy for us to build a relationship with Qin Feiyang. I don't want to ruin our future like this." "Don't say that again," Zhou Zheng said secretly. "You two are really cowards." Wang Desheng snorted. Swish. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at Wang Deshang. Two cold lights burst out of his eyes. Wang Deshang's eyes trembled. Had he found out? Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. He stood up and said, "You are underestimating me too much. I am just checking on the divine arts. How much energy can I waste?" Thinking back, he had done many things at once. Wang Deshang suddenly panicked. Qin Feiyang slowly put away the jade slip, looked at Wang Deshang, and said with a smile, "Li Jian and Zhou Zheng are not cowards. They are sensible. As for you, you're really courting death." Plop. Wang Deshang's body softened. He knelt directly in front of Qin Feiyang and begged, "Young master, I won't do it again. Please give me another chance, okay?" Seeing this scene, Li Jian and Li Qie rejoiced. Fortunately, they hadn't colluded with Wang Deshang before. Otherwise, Wang Deshang wouldn't be the only one kneeling and begging for mercy. The young lady of the Longfeng house turned her head and looked at Wang Deshang suspiciously. Then, she looked at Li Jian and Wang Deshang and immediately understood what was going on. She ignored it. This kind of person who pretended to be obedient but opposed in secret deserved to be killed. Moreover, she and Qin Feiyang were in the same boat now. If something happened to Qin Feiyang, she couldn't run away. "Just now, I was blinded by greed and confused for a moment. Young master, can you be magnanimous and give me another chance? I swear that I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future." Wang Deshang looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully, his heart full of regret. Why was he so stupid to have such thoughts? Wasn't he courting death? Who in the world didn't know what kind of person Qin Feiyang was? How could he tolerate a two-faced person staying by his side? "I've already given you a chance. It's you who didn't know how to cherish it." Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. "I really know I was wrong. I really don't dare to do it again. Please, let me go this time, just this time. If there's a next time, I won't complain if you kill me." Looking at Qin Feiyang's cold expression, Wang Deshang cried out in despair and kept kowtowing. His head smashed on the thick shell of the Ant Queen with a bang. The Ant Queen said angrily, Hey, can you be gentler? My shell isn't as hard as you think. Will you compensate me if you break it?" Her words were full of schadenfreude. The Spider Emperor was speechless. If such a thick shell could be broken, Wang Deshang's head would have been blown off long ago. Li Jian glanced at Wang Deshang and couldn't bear it. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said carefully, "Young master, why don't you give him another chance? It hasn't been easy for him to come this far. Besides, with his strength, he can still help you." Zhou Jing also said. Swish. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the two of them, his eyes flashing coldly. "Young master, we didn't mean anything else. Please forgive us." Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly knelt to the side. They regretted it. They couldn't even care about their own affairs, so why did they care about the life and death of others? Weren't they digging their own graves? Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and said, "Let me see how loyal you are to me." The two of them looked at each other anxiously. How could they prove it? Suddenly, the two of them looked at Wang Deshang in unison with a trace of ruthlessness on their faces. "What are you doing?" Wang Deshang looked at them in shock and anger. "You're a traitor with glib words. People like you deserve to be killed." Killing intent surged in their eyes as they pounced forward. Li Jian punched Wang Deshang's head. Zhou Jing slapped Wang Deshang's chest. He didn't show any mercy. "You're actually using killing me to prove your loyalty. You're simply bastards." "Qin Feiyang, if you don't let me go, I won't let you have an easy time. Die with me." Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone a person. Wang Deshang roared, his eyes flashing with madness. A destructive aura roared out from his body. It was obvious. He wanted to self-destruct and die with Qin Feiyang and the others. "We can't let him self-destruct," Li Jian shouted. If Wang Deshang really self-destructed, they would die no matter how many lives they had. The Ant Emperor and the Spider Emperor were also quite nervous. However, Qin Feiyang and the mists of the Longfeng house remained calm. Because Qin Feiyang could completely erase Wang Deshang's soul before he self-destructed. However, he didn't do that. On one hand, he wanted to test Li Jian and Zhou Zheng's loyalty. On the other hand, he wanted to test Li Jian and Zhou Zheng's ability to adapt. The destructive aura was like an avalanche as it spread out crazily in this place. Mountains collapsed and the earth caved in. The mists of the Longfeng house couldn't help but become nervous. If Li Jian and Zhou Zheng couldn't kill Wang Deshang before he self-destructed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Die! Li Jian, Zhou Zheng, and Wang Deshang roared at the same time. That destructive aura had already reached its peak. Seeing that Wang Deshang's body was about to self-destruct, Li Jian and Zhou Zheng finally arrived. Battle chi surged and killing intent soared into the sky. Accompanied by a scream, Wang Deshang's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood